It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. The heart of Massachusetts should be freedom, justice, and liberty. Freedom-led pilgrims of Plymouth Bay. Salem trials had justice too late. The sons of liberty spilled the tea, and then the redcoats spilled their blood. The shot heard around the world rang out from the Bay State. Boston strong and ready to defend. It's where revolution started and ends. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. Quincy Market, Freedom Trail, Charles River, Boston Harbor, Bunker Hill, Griffin's Wharf, Fenway Park, Omar Charge. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day.
Yo.
Good morning.
Wow, I got a chat coming up my right shoulder.
You like that?
Yeah. Yeah.
You guys like that? Does the chat like it? Let's ask the chat. Do they mind it there?
Oh, you can move it.
I'm just asking. Eventually, I'm sure I'll be able to move it. But do they like the chat on the screen? Can they see it first off? It may just be for us, Mike.
Oh.
I don't know. Can you guys see it?
I don't know. That's fine. That's saying it's
Okay.
fine. All right.
Okay.
What's going on in the chat? A little spicy in there today?
Yeah.
What's going on? You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. I'll let it play out.
I'm gonna send you a text. Just don't read it. I want to see if you get it.
I got a new nickname, Salty Soak. I don't know what that
There's
means.
nicknames going everywhere, buddy.
I like it. Salt water, maybe? I don't know. Maybe something different. I don't know.
Salt and pepper works.
Good morning, everybody. Krusty McGinnis. Oh, sorry. It's in the chat.
Oh my.
Oh, man. I was a second too late. Mr. Salty, so to you. I don't even know what that means. My whirlpool. My jacuzzi saltwater.
Yes, sir. There we go.
I almost went in there before I came on. I should have. Maybe I will during the break. Actually, I still have time.
Mike,
don't be hating.
The chat. If they donate what, $5,000 to go to the jacuzzi with you? Is that how that works?
I go in naked, so I mean anything's possible.
We get censored for that one.
Yes, you will.
That would be bad.
You guys can call me whatever you want as long as you're here every morning.
Get used to it, man. I mean, they get me. They get me all white every way to Sunday, guy. My height, my weight. It's just
2 phones.
Well, 2 phones, 2 hands,
the average
2 feet.
Yeah.
I don't care.
I guess 10K to keep close on. Yeah, I don't blame you on that one.
Michelle, are you at the courthouse? If you're at the courthouse, I'll send you a link, and you want just pop them. You can just use your streaming if you want.
Oh, I saw a couple.
Is she there?
On it. There's nobody down there, dude. Just so you know. Well, yet. I shouldn't say there's nobody down there yet. Couple, the usuals. Like there's like 15, 20 people there, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, yeah, do what you want though. You guys want to go down there and check that out? Go do it.
Please.
You know, until we get a ruling. But I'll tell you this:
I'm kind of disappointed the ruling hasn't come out yet.
where you were standing and thrown off,
Mm-hmm.
right? There was somebody else out there filming yesterday, and nothing happened.
Oh wow, I find that really kind of about appropriate. It's about right.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you know.
Can't get over that, man.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, because someone put it on Twitter. I'm like, yeah, that's the same spot Tom was at.
Yeah, right at that corner. Where every if you want to cross the street, that's where you need to be standing.
Right, that's right.
Listen, people, right? Let's talk about that. Do I want to be at the courthouse? Absolutely. Was it happening today? 100% not. Is it happening tomorrow? 100% not. I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow morning that I cannot miss. So, unfortunately, life dictates what I do. If court is in them plans for the day, 100% there. If court is not in those plans, I'm not going there. I can't get there and be somewhere else at the same time. So again, I don't control this. This is out of, I do exactly what I'm told to do. I go exactly where I'm told to go, and I show up exactly the time I'm supposed to be there. It's kind of simple. Life depends on it, kind of. I show up when I'm supposed to be there, just like court. If I'm not doing something or schedule something, or if someone else hasn't scheduled something for me, I'm at court. And will I go back there? Absolutely. I am not afraid of anybody there. Not that guy. Well, how big is Hartman? 6'2"?
Something like that, yeah.
250? Yeah, I'm not afraid of him. Don't care. Don't care.
No.
But, you know, and even still, is it smart to drive? No, let's think about this. It's smart to drive 45 minutes to drive that 45 minutes back plus 45 minutes this way in a car all day long.
Yeah.
Just if something happens along the way of traffic, it's not happening. Not happening. So, but in the meantime, we do something better. We do every morning here, right? That's the best we can do, my friend.
Yeah.
That's all I got. Is there more coming? Oh, you got it. Right now, when people stop scheduling stuff in my life, let's go. Like I was. And let's back and forth. There isn't any back and forth with Scott, people. It's them. It's Scott. I haven't said anything. What have I said in the past week? Mike, what have I said in the past week?
Moving on.
End of story. Haven't said anything. So go back and start looking at the past week of what I've said.
Yeah, but we can if you want to. I mean,
I haven't.
That's the easy way out, right?
Regardless, right? But yet, there's so much time and energy spent on me because I'm such a bad person. If I was such a bad person, how come you didn't call me out a year and a half ago?
Yeah, how come?
Why? Whatever.
What's changed now? What's going on now?
I think you're getting. I think they give you merit badges or something now. I don't know. You get to put $1 in the bag.
Oh man, people today, man.
Yep.
Talking about people.
$11. $11 freaking dollars, Mike.
It's a lot of money. Don't discount it, man. So do you think Peggy O'Keefe has a cousin or a sister? You know, Peg Leg?
She has to. That family reproduces like
what would her name be? If she had a sister, what would her name be? If Peg Leg had a sister, what would her name be?
Eileen?
Yep.
I lean to one side.
Yep.
Yeah, I know her.
It's Italian in Braintree, so we try to find out if she wants to come on the air or not, but I'm not sure if she will. I know they don't talk that much, but
Right.
I'd be Eileen. What do you call a guy with no arms and no legs in the ocean?
Bob.
I can't get anything past you. What do you call a guy with no arms, no legs that can't swim in the ocean?
Bait.
Fucked.
Listen,
Bait. I like bait though. That's good.
I'm a fisherman. Listen, Tully.
What about it?
He's not a detective anymore, Mike.
Well, rightfully so.
Well, if they found what he didn't turn in a slip, he didn't put in
No.
Proctor's time off. What's the problem here?
All I can say is that mofo has his hands everywhere, picking
Mm-hmm.
up people at airports, making sure the direct is done right. What slides are coming up?
Mm-hmm.
His job's on the line. Let's call it what it is.
And
He is the
talk
next
about
thing.
being, Mike. He was there, not there, but he was like all into that.
Oh, he was the shot caller. He was the shot caller over Proctor. He made sure, hey, Mikey, this is what Mikey wants to do. All right, I'll get it done. That's right. Or he made changes to where things happened.
Right.
He was Mikey was the Indian. Tully was the chief.
Mm-hmm.
He was the
I
shot
am
caller.
with you 100% there. Absolutely.
And I think Yuri said, F you to both of them. I'm going to, I'll play the game a little bit, but I'm not going to perjure myself. I'm not going
Right.
to.
He'll
not
only
gonna
go so
put it-
far, right?
Yeah. I'm not going to invert a video for you anymore. I did it once. I'm not losing my job.
Well, that all fair. I don't think he does the video stuff. And Greeno does the
No, but he testified to it.
he went through it and he said, yeah, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just ouch.
It's
I don't know
not-
how.
I don't blame Yuri because he's putting family first, I guess. If I was to look at it that way.
Right.
And he dropped the intimidation against Aiden as well.
Yeah.
That's kind of like, hey, you know what? You're gonna get rid of one. Yeah, get rid of mine. I'm not afraid of this, Aiden. So that's good, And it was kind of a
Good.
butt of a joke. Like this guy, he's got a gun badge, he's giving us the finger. He's not worried about anybody coming and knocking on his door.
He's the one that does the knocking. He's the boogeyman that goes
Yeah,
bumping
yeah.
the night. It's him. He's the guy.
Yeah. He's the one that'll come to your house for a duck.
Yep.
He doesn't give a fuck. But
Mm.
he's like tick for tack. All right, I didn't want to do it. I was told that, to feel like I was intimidated. I was afraid of the turtle or whatever you want to call it. But deep down inside, you know what I mean? It's just doesn't make sense to me that Tully is not out of a job yet. We're gonna go or go in front of the nobles sooner than later, because if you don't call Proctor, which I think you're gonna have to as a defense.
Oh
then
my
you
God.
have-
How do you not? How do you not
well-
call Proctor? That's your whole case.
Yeah, but and Proctor can't go up there and plead the fifth either, because he's not a cop or anything. He's not going to incriminate himself, The other thing is that it's not going to be it's not going to be hearsay anymore, because you put his 4 friends up there who received those text messages. Because we don't know who those people are. Now they got names with those
These
numbers.
4 people, Mike, right? These new 4 people.
Right.
Where these people pop up from?
School. He went to school with them.
Which school?
I think high school, right? Was it St. Lawrence?
Are there any of them law enforcement?
No. Or hockey players.
They're just people.
Just regular Milton. They live in Milton and shit.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, the
Tom
thing is,
Gillis Golf Instruction. Good morning, Tom Gillis. How are you, my friend?
oh yeah,
Thank you for being here, Tom Gillis. And by the way, thank you for everybody who's here. We appreciate every one of you people. Donkey's here.
good job, Donkey.
Yeah. And we love the CPU people over there. Welcome over there. You guys are all great people. We all like everybody. So we all hang out here every morning, hang out. That's what we do here. Chilling. Um, Proctor. They got to call Proctor. They got to
Yeah.
call Yuri. They got to call Tully. What about Fanning?
Well,
Well,
yeah,
we knew Fanning was doing the babysitting last time.
but can you introduce that into court? That's the whole thing. Like, I don't know. I think
That's-
by if you get Tully ripped up, I think by osmosis, Fanning goes down with him because they work in tandem. Because now Fanning's the guy. Fanning's detective lieutenant, right? He's the man.
Isn't he like the only one that hasn't been punished for anything that's happened?
Yeah, you know why? He knows
He's the
Governor
one guy.
fucking yeah. Governor Baker, Charlie Baker's fucking bitch. He is. You know that. And fucking, I heard Baker was sniffing around and run for governor again. I was like, fuck no.
No.
Oh man. Yeah, Joey Kane and one membership. Thanks, my
Good
friend.
morning, Joey Kane.
Yeah, what's a 10?
Like that whole politics thing is that's just that's third rail, man.
I don't know. I'm not even at the governor's race yet. We gotta worry about fucking Meatball. Meatball's fucking. He's scary, dude. He's scary. What he can do. They can literally prosecute anybody they want in jail. If you don't have money, you are fucked.
I wonder how many other people there are.
Well, that's the problem, right? Every case that Proctor's touched, right? There's like 10 cases that potentially could be retried.
And maybe looked again.
Oh,
If
yeah.
there's only
If you get a good counselor, I guess let me put it this way: any attorney that works for the Commonwealth, should look at do the right thing. And hey, thanks for being a member, man.
check this out. Hank is hardly trying to hide his manipulation of his witnesses. I can't remember when was the last time I've been treated like such a total idiot. And that is it. It's like disrespectful. Like we're not capable of understanding what's going on. Like we get it. You don't need to talk to us in a different language. We understand it.
No, it's bad, dude. It's an insult to your intelligence. You're like,
Because they use that big language, they're supposed to be listened to, and I get that. And it's not about that. It's damn. At least come close. 65 GQ. Oh
free Tom, yeah.
Oh, please.
If that's the best they have, wait.
Yeah.
What is Bob Alessi gonna do to this guy today?
You see this guy hit himself with the arm? First off, that ain't too bright. Mass Civil Court disqualified Reconstruction Methods 2002 case via Carl Steinbeck's. You guys know anything? I do not. Can somebody please get maybe Google on that?
There was something on Reddit about Dr. Welcher that his testimony, just like what's her face hides in whatever that Maryland case
Just
was.
to hide, yes.
Yeah, it wasn't used. Yeah, the methodology wasn't right or something like that. I don't know.
Correct. She got reprimanded, right?
Yeah, it was thrown out. She could be used. So
okay,
I think you might see the same approach with Bob Alessi today, because if it's on Reddit and about a case that this guy's
yes,
these guys have it.
Yeah,
fuck yeah. They had that guy's CV all wrapped up. Judson. He was fucked from he was fucked from Jump Street. And we sat down and Bob said, "Good morning. Is there anything you want to change about your recent testimony?" No, sir. No. Okay, then. Gotcha. That's how I see it.
And you can't get out.
Come, you keep on saying you're a journalist, but you have no degree to be a journalist. You don't need one.
So here's, this is what blew my mind when I heard it. Press pass. So press isn't somebody you are. Press is something you do. Pass. So you, in order to do this, you need to pass. Press pass.
Reddit is true. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know who's Cindy Edwards. Do you know who she is? Tom's befuddled. No comment. I guess we'll hit
I
on that
don't
one.
know. I don't think I've ever met this Cindy Edwards, and
Probably a guy.
I know her. I've never met her. I
It's
don't
probably a
think.
guy. Yeah, Tom is
But either
working on
way,
his journal. Tom is working on his journalist career degree, but he's 17 years out. Yeah, so he's got another.
but time out. I've already sold footage to HBO. So what
Yeah.
now?
What happens? I don't know. Is
What
that
what
considered?
then?
Yeah.
My
What?
what?
What happened? What'd you do?
I sold. I mean, I don't know anyone else. Who else sold? Who else?
Nope,
I
nobody.
don't know, Mike. I don't
So
know.
does that make you a documentarian?
I-
What does it make you? Famous? Rich? Bad shoulder now? This guy, this guy belongs like, they put journalists in the front lines at war. That was Tom. Tom got knocked down, kicked around, fucking
From
face
the
beat
day
in.
one, and that's that people don't realize it. This isn't. This
How
is
soon they
nothing.
forget?
This is go back to what? Remember when Grant ran me over when he was running to go catch up to Karen?
Yeah. Hey,
Ask her
Donkey.
if she's having something for supper and
No, he was asking if they were sleeping together.
something stupid.
Who was Karen and Jackson?
Yep.
Is it true that you and Mr. Jackson is sharing shit same hotel room?
Same hotel room.
I was dying laughing, man. So hey,
So-
Donkey said he'll come over and give you a free lap dance if you're feeling upset.
Ooh, gee.
I think he needs
Look
to
at
go
this
over
one.
and see. I think he needs to go over and see Auntie Deb for a little while this morning. I'm sure
There was
it'll happen
nothing
quick.
serious or meticulous about Welch's testimony. I hope the jurors are not on Tully's payroll. Thanks for keeping on. Listen,
Hey,
thanks
I
for being here, man. Really, we
Gamer,
appreciate you.
last year at the time of the trial, I think we had 1 or 2 jurors already gone. So
But
I don't
for
know what's
no
going
reason, well, they were pro Karen Reed.
on. I can tell you that I feel that this time around, the second shot at Karen, we'll call it the second bite at the apple, is
Right.
going much better for the defense. Much better, because I think they've turned every witness into a fucking defense witness.
You're right. They've turned them all around. You're right.
Right.
And how many days did they, Mike? We're almost done. How many wins have they had? For how many days have they won a day? Like a day? Couple
Mm.
days maybe. The rest of
Well,
it, they've won all of them.
I guess there's more shit about Kerry Roberts out there with there's some
You know,
screenshots.
yeah,
Screenshots going around between her and Mr. Morrissey.
that's kind of odd, isn't it, man?
Yeah.
I don't think he does. I don't think he does the
Does he call
witness
it-
application stuff. Does he?
I don't know, dude.
Is that on his resume? Witness application advocate.
How about he's the guy at the buffet table first though.
Get-
Come on over, we'll sit down, we'll have a meeting, let's get it catered. All right, bring it up.
Yep.
Let's call in some good food.
Of course.
How much did Tully make for going to the airport on overtime on a holiday weekend? How much?
Time and a half plus that. She probably made over $1,000 to make that run.
Right? Just
$1,000, people,
Yeah.
to drive into Logan and back to pick someone up. Think
They
about
showed
that.
yeah, I
With
know.
someone else's car, their fuel.
We paid for all that.
Yes, sir.
So we paid for that used Lexus.
Yes.
16.
Oh, by the way, it's not the exact same unless the tires are the exact same. Unless he measured. Listen, there's so many measurements that guy had to take to set the ride height on that Lexus, because it is a 6,000-pound vehicle resting on 4 points. Okay, Mike? You need to have the balance on those points exactly correct. The same as Karen's. Like 60-40, 60 in the back, 40 in the front. You need to have whatever it is, you need to have that dialed in. And there's no way he can recreate Karen's car.
No. I mean,
So
the
he's
whole,
using the wrong piece again. Like he's going to use accelerometer data to triangulate back speed to miles an hour then by a fraction. No. Don't work
Right.
that way. Works the other way. Oh, so
man.
frustrating, Mike, you know?
Hey, can you find a video on Twitter of that backing up, or yes, a video we can? Oh, Mike and Drots posted a video yesterday.
Did he really? I was out of it, by the way. I slept. Oh my God. Don't take Valium. Jesus, man, God.
Okay.
What was I doing?
You gotta get a
Microdot.
video Microdot. It's about the buffer zone.
Uh-oh.
Aiden's trying to get into the press pass today, so you know.
Oh, please. I hope he does.
And he sits next to Baghdad Bob. I think that'd be pretty cool. Biomedical engineer versus biomechanical engineer.
Two different things, dude. Two different things.
Big difference.
Mike, I'm a biomedical engineer.
Oh, you're definitely a
Not a
bio.
mechanical.
Oh,
There's different levels.
biomechanical engineer.
He didn't say he's a level 3.
Huh?
He didn't say he was level 3 BMET. That's the tech term. You ready? Is this a video?
Bum, 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 bum,
It's not a
bum,
video.
bum.
Why
Yeah,
is
there
it-
is.
Why is it not a video for me?
I watched it yesterday. Let me see if I can get it for you.
Protested. I went to videos. Latest 8 days, 2 weeks.
All right,
2
let me find it
months.
for you. Here we go.
Eyes
All right, here you go. It's in your X email.
Yep. All right, so let's do this.
Hey, 4544, are you tracking this? Are you engaging targets?
Citizen. Citizen. Stop. Your clothing is a threat to justice and considered dangerous. Remove your shirt immediately. Send backup now.
Juliet 631, now if you go directly west, about approximately 100 meters, you'll see a single hotspot there. That's the Cape.
Stop resisting. You have 5 seconds to comply. She's cute, but she's a total whack job. She's out of control and erratic. Put you up to this. Take it off, or you'll be placed under arrest. You have 1 second to comply. Take her in. One less agitator on the street. Good job. Men. You have the right to remain silent.
Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah.
Kind of, imagine if they would come up in black uniforms with guns on you.
Listen to me. I'm convinced, Mike, there's a group of them people in a van, in a minivan, all blacked out somewhere, waiting all day long. Shields and everything.
Probably right.
I'm sure of it. It's Mike. Do you know how much money they're making just to provide security? You
Yeah,
could get away with 4 Dedham cops. Done.
Oh yeah.
No need to have this much security on it. No need. Just cut that corner off, block it off, done. Everything else, go ahead.
Meanwhile, they're in Harvard Square going fucking apeshit. Nothing's happening to them.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
You can destroy that nice stuff over there. It's all right.
Yep,
Go over there.
Yep, go ahead. Keep going. Yep. Fucking weird. They're more worried about this.
I know, huh? What's the big deal? It's not like she's a flight risk. It's not like, we're not burning tires and flipping cars over and stuff, man. I
It's
don't
not
get it.
Yeah, it's not Mogadishu,
Right. And the
I don't-
people are all, listen to Mike, are the people that are like supporting, I'd say that we're all, on 50, on the other side of 50,
Oh my God. Yeah.
the younger people are the ones out there causing all the issues. We're just holding signs. Nothing wrong with holding a sign. No one's going to get hurt. Gina
No.
Gomez. Good morning, Gina Gomez. This shall be. Right.
Legit. Like, are you serious? Like, they're out there sitting in campuses, just fucking sitting in the courtyard trying to block the graduation. Yeah, no. Go outside and hold some signs and wear some pink. We're gonna lock your ass up.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You guys are doing the right thing.
Be right there, brother.
All right, man. You gonna put it on mute? I guess not. We'll see what happens. Hey, good boy. So that Microdots was about Erica, really, like for wearing that. And that sweatshirt was made by Microdots. So watching the grease paint on the taillight yesterday was fucking crazy. I thought that was a waste. I can't get over how much. So we bought a Lexus, but we'll say the book value was Ted Daniels said it was 69 G's. They didn't bother to negotiate. They just said, okay, yes, ship it. Then to ship it from California to Texas, another G note. And who gets it now? What, are they going to sell it for profit? Are they going to wait for a trial 3? What do they do? Can Karen have it? Can we raffle it off and make some money? Seriously. Imagine owning the Lexus, the one that's actually being used as a frame that's at Canton PD right now, or wherever it might be, and you bought that off lease. Huh? That'd be a story. I bet you there's a collector out there that'll buy that and say this was the car allegedly. Well, Karen Reed owned it, and it was used to try to frame her. It'll be some, some college will buy it, law school, and use it as a instrument of teaching. Who knows? Oh, imagine if you see fucking Meatball Morrissey driving in it at the end of the summer, driving it to work with the show. He's driving Karen Reed's old fucking off-lease vehicle. Stop it. That's fucked up. You see Tully driving it. See Tully driving around the governor. Jen McCabe's driving it. Jen McCabe's living in it. Oh my God. So does anybody know how much they paid fucking Welcher to do this? You just hear the company he works for, Aperture, paid for Beverly Condone's dinner. the honorable mention, the honorable Beverly Canone, they paid for it. They were a platinum member. Then he's on the witness stand the following weekend, after the weekend. How is that not bias, right? Seriously, think about it. His company paid for Beverly Canone's party, and then he's on the witness stand the following Tuesday. Just gonna throw it out there. If we tried to do that, right? If we tried to do that, do you think Hanky Panky would have a fucking shit fit? Melanie, thanks for becoming a member. Yeah. Oh yeah. $69,000 SUV, yeah. Oh man, this is crazy. Yeah, watching his video yesterday, I was clipped by somebody making some awesome comments, man. Just stupid shit. But so I saw people on the corner where Tommy got assaulted. Now they're letting him down there. Like, okay, what's going on? What's up, Mama 2? That's not true, Mike. I don't know. What are you talking about? The Lexus. Oh, you're talking about the Aperture? I don't know what you're talking about, Super Squirrel. Aperture paid for the Honorable Beverly Canone to be Person of the Year in Norfolk County in a law career. And Aperture was the platinum sponsor. Yeah. Okay. Jesus, T-Boy, I can go to that. No drama as long as Mike doesn't want to be a keyboard tough guy. Tom can go there. Oh, thanks for letting Tom go there. That's awful white of you. I don't need a keyboard, dude. I don't need a keyboard. Pull up, man. People today, man. I swear to God. They have no sense of humor. Right? They have no sense of humor. I don't think they paid. No, okay. They think they contributed to. So what's the difference? Paid or contribute? Oh, so you guys aren't aware of this. Okay, yeah. So yeah. So that's why she closed down court Wednesday night, whatever night it was, Wednesday night? Early? Yeah. Why is Thompson on that? This is getting spicy in here. Nope. Yeah, they paid for it, man. It's right there, baby. Check it out, man. Google it. Yep. Pretty fucked up. Should have debunked it. It's in black and white on the fucking. It's black and white on the fucking invitation. Okay, look at the invitation. It's online. No big deal. If if you guys want to keep on chatting about it, go ahead. Flamingo, you are the problem, Mike. Okay. I love this shit. This is fucking awesome, man. Fucking spicy in here today. Man, you guys are beautiful, man. I love it, man. Flamingo Chicky, I like you. You're the best, man. I'm glad you're here. Enjoying. I'm glad I'm in your head rent free. Vicky, good morning. I'm getting I'm getting a lot of love from the chat today, man. I love it.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, you're a great guy, Mike. They see it good.
Donkey wants me to rub him down in titty oil.
So
No,
listen,
that's not. No, it's like someone else says I'm a keyboard warrior. Whatever. I'm a tough guy behind the keyboard. I'm like, oh,
they don't
please.
even want to go there. Don't. Just don't. No. No.
I won't.
Yeah,
Man. I
no,
won't.
don't. No.
I won't.
Listen,
You know what?
who just said something a while ago in the chat about my words were funny? Who said that?
I don't know, dude. There's people
I need to
saying
thank them. I got to thank. No, listen.
There's people saying Tom can go. I'm like, well, first of all, thank you for letting Tom go to the boots on the ground. Well, it's nice of you to let him go. You know, it's awesome. that
Thank you,
have
Dad.
That you have the green light to go down there anytime you want. All right, you just go.
Tony, I see your comment, but you got to put it in the chat right now. I can't go backwards. I can't go backwards. Oh, Donkey. It was Donkey. So something happened, and I had to go and spray stuff in my nose to straighten shit out. So Donkey, thank you very much. I didn't
don't
see
know.
it, but he did. So I just zeroed out. If you know what I'm talking about.
No, I don't.
So with the medicine I took
Oh,
yesterday,
yeah.
I can't take what I usually take every day, and
Right.
and they interact in a very bad way. And I was told to keep an eye on it. And what Donkey said was one of the things. So I just ran in and took care of that. So
Oh my God,
thank
that's
you for
fucking good.
maybe saving my life. I don't know.
Oh my God.
Simple.
Everybody's talking about the bar association dinner that Aperture was involved with. You know,
Man, yeah.
some people are saying it was two different events. I'm like, well, the invitation has the Honorable Beverly Canoni, and then Aperture has the platinum fucking donate sponsor.
Right.
I don't know how you want to read that one.
I bet you Beverly got a nice little glass sculpture to go over the fireplace.
Oh yeah,
You know,
Yeah,
best lawyer,
yeah.
you're
Oh,
awesome
it's-
lawyer, stuff like that.
Fall says TV. Okay, well, you can see whatever he wants. So can I.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you.
So yeah, and I'm very sorry. I have a short temper, and I don't sleep. It's very hard to sleep. So it's just I'm not
Yeah,
myself.
you know what?
lately. It's just
I saw you up early this morning. I saw one of your tweets or something.
yeah.
It was
I
really good.
It's like I take a nap, and then I go back and take
That's-
another nap, and then another nap.
That's not healthy.
No,
No.
but I try. Mike, there's so much stuff out there. Oh my
Like, you
God, Mike.
insist on misinfo. It's not a good look. Well, Sue, go fuck yourself.
Sue, we try, my girl. Sue, and the people here know we try.
Fucking kick rock, Sue. You
I
fucking
mean, the best
douchebag.
we can do, and the people that are here, they know, right? So,
Sue, I don't give two fucks about you.
all right. Hold on.
Fuck
So
you.
the people, we do our best for everybody, and we do. We really do. We do a good job, I think.
Yeah.
We do better than some.
Well,
But we don't. We don't even compare ourselves. We just do the best that we can do, and we got stuff that there's a lot goes on. They don't understand, and you know what?
I guess I gotta show this to you. Go ahead.
They
I'm
don't-
listening.
They don't have a channel, so it's
Oh,
easy. It's
Is
easy to
that what-
say something because
So-
it's it's easy.
So they're a keyboard warrior. Oh,
Oh, that's how that works. Isn't that?
that's what it is.
And I bet
I'm
you that-
not.
I bet you the
You
name's not
are.
even real.
Oh,
Oh, fake
God's
account.
sake.
Oh,
These people are devilish.
they have
Devilish.
so much time in their life to do this stuff.
I'm in your head rent free right now, you fucking cuck.
Sorry, guys.
Think about that for a second. Sit back in your chair and go, Oh,
We gotta have a day for them
yeah,
people.
yeah. Boots on the web. I like that. That's good.
Cindy, listen, it's been a while.
You get the
Not
boots back
45
in.
years, but it seems like it.
Oh man.
Mary Jo, we're just talking about people in general.
Oh
G
god.
Money, love you guys. Boston Mikey, I fucking love you. Look
They
at that
fucking,
big dude.
I
Mikey,
know,
there's
dude.
love
I
out there. See? And
love
people
them.
know they're here because they love us. They don't listen. The people that
They
hate us, they
hate
watch too.
themselves.
But
They hate
listen, shh,
themselves.
shh, they watch too. Okay,
Yeah, they do.
so that's all right. People that are in the dark, okay. We love you, people too.
Oh god.
I know, huh? What time's court
This is
start?
Tenny.
You want me to run up to church real quick?
You want to say a prayer? You want to say
Yeah,
a prayer?
I'll go mobile.
Actually, I just want you to post this because
Okay.
this so I can just get it out of the way. Uh,
Oh boy. Nikki's old school. Nikki, thank you very, very, very much. They hate us because they ain't us. Sarah, we love you. We love you too. Listen. Do we get frustrated? Yep,
I don't.
we did. I did. Sometimes you say the wrong things.
Look at all the shit we have. Petty, like keep a pain log. Oh my god. So this is the invitation I just sent you. It's in your
Okay. The lawyers haven't told you, please keep a plain log and a log of issues the meds have caused. My legal background is mostly personal injury and daily diary is crucial to recovery for your bills and suffering. Love you guys. Well, I just kind of felt like I was ODing on whatever it was I took yesterday plus today, so that's not good.
oh god. It's oh, I have so many good jokes right now. I can't unleash them. I wish I could.
No.
Oh,
Listen,
god.
that guy yesterday, he's gonna get hit by a car today. He's gonna put himself in the path of a car. He painted his arm blue. So when the car backs up, it's gonna hit this guy's blue arm, and he's gonna see that the marks don't line up with the marks that are on John's arm. They're the wrong direction, Mike.
I know. They're going the other way.
Going the wrong direction.
I know, Tom. It's just, people today.
I don't get them.
Sammy's getting spicy, man. I fucking love it, man. People are
Debbie Ray, $20. Thank you, Debbie.
right, man. Well, if you're gonna troll us, at least send us some contributions, all right? Because we'll make fun of you. We'll let you stay and shit. We don't give a.
I don't care.
Was it if I could have either not have been a tough guy on the computer or done something in person, I would have been cool, but nope. I don't know what that means, man. Okay. Does your girl like me or something, dude? Did I do something back in the day?
Yeah, I don't get it.
I don't know. Did I
Why?
did I bang your wife or something? Maybe. I don't know. Well, I found a couple of nickels the other day. Is your wife dancing for cutlets on the pole? I don't know what's going on.
I don't understand it myself.
Hey, bring the hate. I love it. I'm in the head, dude. If I'm in your head, that's not good. Because I can bang around for a long time in there. You'll never get rid of me. If you let me in, I'm like Satan. I'll just get in there and chip away and eat some of your fucking frontal lobe. Just eat. You won't be able to make decisions anymore. Be looking around, going, "What the fuck am I doing?" Why am I doing this? This is not right. Why am I with a guy right now? This is not, my wife's going to kill me. Jesus Christ. Things are getting crazy around here.
Right? That's only in Canton.
Oh, that's right. That's right, dude. Do you guys like if anybody that wants like cutlets for on the pole? I know seriously. I know girls that used to dance for dinner or they used to,
Oh my God,
dance with
no.
cutlets.
Really?
Yeah, they were veal
Oh my
cutlets. though.
God,
So
no.
They were
No.
worth all the money, man.
Oh man, no.
I mean, yeah, the Kit and Ghoul tour.
No.
Oh God.
Check my email real quick.
You definitely need to take a bath. So if I'm in your head, you're fucking fucked up because that's crazy. You be thinking crazy shit, man. Like your mother does, it's fucked up.
So check this out. This is odd.
Is denying their license.
You ready?
Yeah.
Longtime private investigators tell the I-Team the Massachusetts State Police is denying their license renewal applications. These PIs say they're following the rules and they've done nothing wrong. But without a license, they can't work, leaving the criminal cases they're investigating in jeopardy. WBZ Chief Investigator Cheryl Fiandaca went looking for answers.
TV shows like Magnum PI glamorize the life of private investigators. But in reality, the job is not as exciting, but it is rewarding.
Most of my business is criminal defense work, and most of those clients are indigent.
Joe DeSimone is a retired Cambridge sergeant detective and has been a licensed private investigator for nearly a decade. Joe keeps up his post-certification so he can do traffic details in Cambridge. Recently, he applied to renew his PI license and thought it would be easy.
I was probably one of a handful of guys in the state that had the license prior to retirement.
Months ago, the Massachusetts State Police, the agency that certifies private investigators, added language to the license requirements on their website. It says the applicant shall not be currently certified by the Peace Officer Standards and Training post-commission, a decision that would effectively disqualify Joe and potentially hundreds of other police officers who work as private investigators.
Well, post-certification was developed to allow the public to keep an eye on police officers who were accused of things like excessive force, etc. Post has nothing to do with being a private investigator.
But Joe's post-certification was not the reason he was denied. In a letter, the state police listed another new disqualifier.
You're denied because you do Cambridge police details. Now, there's nowhere that is that codified anywhere. There's nothing in writing. There's been no change of the statute, even for the post-certification.
How does this decision affect you?
Oh my God, I'm out of business.
He's been doing details for several years. He was a detective sergeant, which should give him good qualifications to be a PI. But they're saying the things that would make you a good PI disqualify you, which is really mind-boggling.
The state police told the I-Team that the law prohibits post-certified individuals who exercise police powers from becoming certified private investigators, and that PIs must be former officers. Joe says under the law, he is qualified and is appealing the decision.
In our system, the legislature makes the rules, makes the laws, and the courts interpret them. I don't see an interpretation by a court or by a legislator that changes these rules.
The state police don't get to pick and choose, or shouldn't get to pick and choose who's going to be a PI and who's not going to be PI. You put me out of business. You put a lot of PIs out of business. It's unfair.
Joe's attorney says if they are not successful appealing to the state police colonel, he'll head to court, where he's likely to have company. Other private investigators who also had their license applications denied tell the I-Team that's what they plan to do, too. Cheryl Fiandaca, WBZ News.
All right, good work there by Cheryl. Thank you.
A longtime private investigator.
Imagine that. So if you're on the post commission, you can't be a PI.
I thought the post commission didn't mean anything.
I don't know, but
No, is that different? Is that different from what we were talking about before?
no, it's the same post commission, dude.
Right. So people say it's irrelevant and doesn't do anything and it's fake and this.
There's something.
Maybe I don't know. Like, why is he bringing it up? Because if it doesn't mean anything, what the fuck? Who cares? And it's the DA's office that gives them out, right?
Yep.
The PA license, wherever district you're in. Oh gosh, man.
All right, I got new copy ready. Hold on.
Oh, fucking people be hating. I love it. This must be a calculated attack today. I fucking love it. Bring it, dude. Leave them all. Let them all go through. Let them. Don't block anybody. This is fucking gold. Oh my god, this is gold. Yeah, this is gold. This is good. This is making me laugh, man. It really is. Because these guys are funny fucks. I don't know, man. See, I'm in their head, man. I'm telling you, they won't say it, but I'm in there. I'm bouncing around. Right? Yep, just bouncing around. I'm sitting around in your head. I'm not gonna fight anybody. I'm not gonna go to fucking the boots on the ground thing. Oh god. Oh god. Yeah. So anyways, we can just move on from that. Why am I here? I'm here because I knew John. So that's my angle. If you need to know, I think people that know me know that already. So it's cool. I like it though, but let him stay. Let him stay. Oh god, Nikki. Oh, fuck. I'll send Nick. I gotta send Nikki down there. His shit will go fucking sideways, man. Sideways. That person, she don't fuck around. Don't fuck around. Yeah. But let them. This is fucking fun, right? Yeah, RVA. Yeah. Say, where's them hurt me, man? You want to come at me? I don't know. That's a whole different level of shit. I wouldn't do that, right? I wouldn't come after you, Nikki. You're not kidding. That's your little secret way of getting in their heads. Oh my god. Oh, I have a great picture to post. I don't know if I should post it or not. Oh, way too many Scots. Scott's, he's not a bad guy. What's wrong with Scott? What are you gonna do? He chose a certain way, and that's just the way it is. No big deal. I don't give a fuck. Who cares, man? Just give the guy a hug. Someone say a prayer for him. It's fucking hate. I have no room in my heart for hate, man. I have to take care of Tommy. Look at Tommy Two Shoes. Look at him. He's all fucking banged up.
All right, what's up?
Nothing, man. Just having fun with the chat. Chat's fucking rocking today.
Oh, they're always good. They're always good.
They're extra spicy on a Wednesday today. Spicy on a Wednesday. Wacky Wednesday. Oh god, I love people, man. People are great.
1,203 people. That's good. What's going to happen today in court?
Oh, I think Turtle. I think Turtle's going to sit behind Bad Guy Bob, and I'm
right
going to
behind
have
him.
I'm going to have so
right
much
behind
fun with that.
Oh my goodness! Right behind you.
That's it, Mike. It's Wednesday. Wed. Yeah. Oh shit, dude.
I know. Unless he's gonna talk to this guy today, isn't he?
Welcher did piss me off. That Bob Oleski. Did you change? Did you change your slide program? Well, I did remove a slide in a couple of paragraphs. Sir, did you change your slide presentation before you got here? Yes or no? Well, that would be a yes. Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah. What the fuck, dude? Oh my god. Oh God. Oh.
Hmm.
Um,
So
oh, that's what happened. He got kicked out of the Turtle Boy chat. So he's okay. That's why he's upset. Okay.
I don't know.
Well, he can stay here. It's fine, man. He can say whatever the fuck you want. I would want to get, if I was on a rant and I was in somebody's chat, which I don't do, I would let him stay in there. I wouldn't give a shit. It's a free country. See whatever he wants. Just don't threaten anybody in the chat. Then you gotta go. But yeah, you can say whatever you want, dude. You can say I have 3 testicles. I don't care. You can say I haven't showered in 6 days. I don't care. You can say Tom's gonna fight my battles when I'm riding his coattails. I don't care.
Don't care.
See what you want, dude.
Don't care.
Yeah. Wasn't me. I was in the shower. Wasn't me. Oh, yeah, it comes to if you put yourself on a channel, it comes to the territory. That's right. I knew what I was getting my. Scott was putting time on Barry Lewis. Let him out. Let him out. He's gonna chew the wall up. Let him out. He's not drinking already. He's drinking. It's too early.
All right, let's check this.
It's 9:30 in the morning. But you never know. I've done some 9:30, like at a Pats game. Have you drank when you were drinking, Tom?
Yeah, yeah, that was different. That was, oh my God, you could drink all day.
Yeah, 1 o'clock game, dude. I never made it till like 4 o'clock ever. I'd be on the bus, like just sleeping it off in the third quarter.
Done.
Because back then we sucked when I was doing it. Like, sucked. What do we got going on here, Mr. Key Cycle?
This is the odometer reading of Karen's vehicle.
Okay.
So he didn't drive any miles. So he went 1/10 of a mile. They didn't record it. All right.
This whole thing was so when they say they downloaded stuff, when I think of download, I think you download it to an Excel spreadsheet, you download it to a PDF, right? This says we just downloaded it, but we don't really put it on the sheet. This is the sheet I made. And Tom, I'm gonna go back to the RPMs. I think people picked up on it yesterday. There's no fucking way.
No.
74% depressed on the accelerator, right? Excuse me. And you're hit, I don't know what it was, 1,600 RPM? Was that what it was?
If that.
It was something stupid, right? Oh, God.
Look at this. Look at the odometer reading. 12,629. 12,629. From the waterfall to 34 back to One Meadows in that key cycle. Accelerator pedal opening angle is medium or higher immediately after shifting into R. Accelerator pedal opening angle is medium, higher immediately after shifting into R. There's another one. There's another one. There's another one. There's another one. There's another one.
What's a diagram for R? Because if I'm an engineer, I gotta have 4590s. I gotta know exactly what R means. Is there an asterisk down at the bottom of that or no?
No? I see nothing. These are just these. Yeah, this is just
made up bullshit is what that is, right?
Yes, that's what this is. Made up bullshit. And this is Trooper Paul testing down here. 1164, 1164, 1164, This is all Trooper Paul's testing. Right? He did.
Right.
Went into reverse, reversed again.
Yeah.
Forward.
I can't wait, Bob.
No. This doesn't prove Karen did anything here. Nothing. No. Doesn't.
I don't do GQ anymore. I don't do Maxim Athens, just so you know. I didn't sign with GQ.
No way.
I was when I was younger.
No way.
Yeah, I was in GQ when I was in high school. Yep, I was. Yep. I was. Yep.
Steve, I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, I remember someone from Florida mentioned there was a duffel bag seized at a friend's house. Yeah, it was weird. I don't know if it was across the street from 34, but it was hearsay. It wasn't anything that was definite that I remember that. No.
Don't know. Don't know anything about it.
So,
Can't help you out.
Aiden's fourth on the attorney. Yeah. He was saying, I was watching this morning, if Lou O'Donnell doesn't show up, or he beats Lou O'Donnell there, I think, Tom, you're right. She has 3 passes to put in the box.
So she got 3 shots to get in.
Right.
Because she's represented by 3 different organizations.
I noticed yesterday too, after the jury, after court was getting ready to end, they collected all the
press passes.
From everybody's neck.
Yep.
These guys, see, that's how they control the narrative, right? They tell who's going to write the way they want to. That's why fucking Baghdad Bob DiPietro has been in there.
That's right.
5 weeks. Yeah. And why if Gant's winning, if Gant is winning the press pass, why isn't he going? Is he okay? Is he healthy?
If Jess shows up, he's got to leave.
Yeah, but Jess hasn't been winning.
But
I'm just asking for a friend.
Yeah, if he shows up and he knows that Jess is there or could be there, he can get in trouble. So he doesn't want to even risk it. So he just doesn't go.
Right.
Sometimes he'll pop by. You know, he's in for no rhyme or reason. There's Grant going to get documents or something. He just shows up.
Is he still helping out the fake victim?
I don't know. I don't see why he wouldn't be.
You just think he's doing it out of the kindness of his heart because he's kind of on the spectrum a little bit. I like the guy. I have a soft spot for him, but he asks the craziest questions.
He's out there. He's out there. He listen. I had breakfast with the guy. You can communicate, Mike. You can get to him, but he's got these thoughts that you just can't unthink them.
Well, I found his stream one time at 5:30 in the morning. He was went to the head.
Oh yeah.
And talking like he's been up for 3 days. I knew something was up. I knew something was up with him. I'm like, this guy is fucking either really funny or really out there. Really out there. I mean, there was just smoke. There was like smoking from the kid, like just blazing away.
Oh yeah. Yep.
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but it just to have it in the stream was kind of funny at 5:30 in the morning, live.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He was going off too.
And he's reciting case law, and he's going off about this and going off. And he's completely wrong about what was going to happen that day. He was completely wrong. You know what I mean? But someone mentioned this the other day, yesterday, that, the wing on the back of the Lexus that hit John in the eye, allegedly.
Okay.
Someone talked about that last week.
All right.
Yeah. I don't know if it was an antibody.
It doesn't line up. It doesn't line up unless he jumps.
How do you say John's 6'2", but I'm 6 foot, so we're close enough? No. 2 inches mean a lot in the mechanical engineering world.
Yeah, by a lot.
If you don't line up in 2 inches, you fucked up hard. Okay. Same with your kneecaps and all that.
Did we buy this car? Did we buy this car for this guy?
Yeah.
We bought another Lexus.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
And he took all these scans of it.
Yeah. I've always said this to myself too. When are that whole O'Keefe side of the family are going to wake up and say, what are they doing to us, guys? They use us. They're making us look like fools with this prosecution, right? Seriously, because they're seeing round 2 now. They're like, okay, round 2 looks even worse than round 1. We miss Lally, right?
Yeah, I know, right? Really?
Right. Oh, hey, by the way, we had 7 sidebars yesterday. Who won?
I did. I had 7. 7 was me.
No, you had 10, dude. Don't stop.
No, dude, I had 7. Mary had 6.
All right. What do you guys go with today? So Gail has 7 sidebars today. All right.
Can you see that?
Gail, what did I have? 6? No, I had 8. That's what it was. Shit. Yeah, and Darcy, they're never going to want to see Karen because you know what? They're going to be all deposed. And that's so that they get fucked civilly. But I just so Peg left early yesterday. Mr. O'Keefe did. So what? Now watch what happens today with the O'Keefe bench, right? And they watch Alessi tear apart Dr. Welch. So you can have a DR in front of your name and not be a doctor, right?
Right.
You can be
His own
uh,
doctor.
you can be a detective lieutenant title and not be a detective lieutenant. Just because the name says it doesn't make you it. Actions speak louder than words, right? That's how I roll. Say what you want, but I'll prove you right or wrong, right? I mean, that's a leader. That's how I grew up. 9 today, killer.
Trying to find
Peg,
it.
yeah, Peg Leg. And Peg Leg's cousin's been there all week, Eileen. We gotta make sure she's all set. Yeah, Debbie, I heard that too. Yep. You gotta understand, Mr. O'Keefe, Papa, as I like to call him. I've never called him ever once. If I ever did it in a basketball game, he probably punched me in the face. He used to go to church with Karen on Sundays. What was that? Did you hear that? Someone get
Right.
air gun going.
All right, check this out. You ready, Mike?
I know. Yeah.
You're gonna like this.
Brian, that expert told the jury that Karen Reed struck John O'Keefe with her car.
Good morning to you, Gene and Nicole. Yeah, that's right. And remember, this expert is a witness for the Commonwealth. It is Dr. Judson Welcher. Meanwhile, Karen Reed and her defense team, they have their own accident reconstructionists that they plan to call later on in the trial, who have completely opposite opinions and conclusions than what Dr. Judson Welcher testified to yesterday. Now, in this trial on Tuesday, the jury saw video of crash test Dr. Judson, a 2021 Lexus that he purchased that is similar to Karen Reed's. He played the part of John O'Keefe, wearing the same make and size shoes and jeans as O'Keefe's. Welcher told the jury wounds on John O'Keefe's right arm line up with shards on Reed's broken taillight.
But even a 2-mile-an-hour impact redirects me back and causes me to rotate.
So he tried to dress identically to John, but didn't do anything else to mimic what the Commonwealth is accusing me of.
Dr. Welcher also analyzed data from Reed's Lexus. The Lexus recorded a sudden acceleration in reverse outside of 34 Fairview Road at 12:31 a.m., but it did not record a collision.
And the Lexus is a 6,000-pound vehicle. Mr. O'Keefe's only 216 pounds. So it's not going to register from hitting a pedestrian.
Recreate that for us. Back up into the crash test dummy at 24.2 miles an hour in the arm and see what happens.
Court will start a little later this morning at 10 a.m. with the prosecution continuing their direct examination of Dr. Judson Welcher. Like I mentioned at the beginning of this report, Karen Reed's defense team has their own accident reconstructionist to call later on in this trial. For now, live in Dedham, Ryan Breslin for your local station, Boston 25 News.
All right, Ryan, thank you.
In life's unexpected moments, insurance matters. At EverQuote, we are on a mission to help people.
So there's that.
So who's in the sidebar? Who's in the sidebar?
All right. Tell me got what? Who you all right, the numbers
I
down.
think Gail Gail had 7. Gail, was that, if you want to put it back up there?
I don't
Athens film. Does Tom does Mike usually buy breakfast? No, Tom buys his own breakfast. He's a big boy. Yeah.
Donkey got 5.
5 Donkey. Whoa. You got to remember, you're gonna have Bob Alessi up there. How many times is Hank gonna stand up and object and go to sidebar? And Jim McDermott, Robert Brown's got 9. Okay.
Robert Brown.
Gail had 7. Gail Donalds had 7. Mary Jo's got 8. I'm gonna go with 7. Nikki, 9. Stacy Q, 10. Renee, Ryuta, 10. 10. Yep. Classy, Clippy, 8. Donna Roche, 8. Darcy, 9. Jess Dawson, 7. Cinnamon Bits, 12. Opalescent Origin, 9. 8 yesterday from Michelle Lynn. There's a lot of people in here. All right. Tom's right as fast as he can. Barry Lewis has got 11. 11. That's going to be a long fucking day. 7, please, for Hank Pren's Binky.
Well, don't forget, if Alessi gets up there, man.
I know.
You know.
Killer's got 9. Someone sent you a video, Tom. I don't know what that means. Tom makes me breakfast every morning. Polly's got 42. Megan J's got 8. Oh, fuck. Yeah, it's just weird. You can see the way Brendan looks at Alessi. Like, they actually have a mutual respect for one another because they both, well, I think Alessi knows a little bit more about law than he does. Bob Alessi's jacked. He's like 67 or something like that. He's fucking jacked, dude. That's just genetics. It's fucking genetics. I get that's what's called what it is, you know.
He's good.
Fucking guy, man. Holy shit. Yeah. So what is it Bloody Marys or mimosas this morning? We're gonna go with Bloodies. Jim 2 Cubes McDermott is on the Bloodies today. I heard that he works out. Yeah, he works out too. Yeah, you can tell he works out, dude. Fucking guys, you know. I would never. I would say if I was to meet him, I would say he'd be in his late 50s.
Then you'd never know.
No. The guy's got he's got abs. He's probably got a 4-pack of abs going, where I have a 30-pack. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm still working on it every day. 12-ounce curls. Yeah. This shit's fucking real. Unless he's gonna have 60, he's 67, really. What the fuck?
Yep. And he's great shape for that, huh? Imagine that.
I don't know if he has a 6-pack. Keep it in your pants, Mike. I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. No. I work out in gyms. I see a lot of big people, but for his age is what I'm like. You know, you don't see too many 67-year-old people that probably haven't had a carb in a fucking year, right? He brings his own turkey sandwich now. And I remember his daughter said that he had a slice of pizza. And she was shocked that he had a slice of pizza.
Karen just walking in. Tim, the cable guy.
That guy's he's got front row to everything, dude. That's commitment, Tom. He's got the same energy drive as you.
Yeah. He's always there. He's a great guy.
That guy is the guy strapping.
Right there?
Yeah.
He's no less.
Is that Peggy right there? And her sister Eileen? He must if he uses oil on his muscles, I don't know if he works out Athens. Oh yeah. Yeah, it changes his diet completely, yeah. Yeah, dude, my brother does diets all the time.
Yeah.
He does it with his whole family so that they're all on the same page. You know, no one's making 2 different meals at the same time.
Right.
And he swears by the Atkins. Swears by it. I'm like, okay. I don't know. Tom, people actually going to Denver this week. I think so. He might make it down there.
Yes.
We're trying to get this. My concern with Tom going down there, and he's a big boy. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. He's just getting popped. When and you know what? You have a lawsuit out, and there could be a retaliation towards you on purpose. You know, you say there's a list out there, but you haven't shown it to me yet. I believe you though.
I could pop that up.
No, we were told not to.
Yeah. But
So,
yeah,
I know.
I got GPS coordinates yesterday for the 3-point turn that they said happened, but the GPS coordinates don't necessarily lead to a 3-point turn.
All right, so I'm going to ask you a question. If
Yeah.
you have it, don't you think the defense has it?
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's how I've kind of figured this out. Like, even though there's a gag order going on, they know everything.
Yes.
They're not leaking it out to anybody else so that the prosecution can be prepared for it. Oh God.
And there's so much more that like experts you know, that we all take a look at this and look at that. We could say that this is good, but when the experts get up there and they say this is what happened, how do you not believe them, right?
Yeah, Glock for me said they'd go down and give you help if you need help down there. If you want to go down there. I don't know. You guys work it out amongst yourselves. I mean, either way, I love having you in the studio.
Yeah.
Either way. You know?
It's all good.
Right.
It's all good. Oh my goodness.
You all right, buddy?
Yeah, I'm just friggin'
You looped.
medicine yesterday I took looped me friggin' out. I am so not used to that.
What was it?
It's like I still have it in me. I don't like it.
Mike and Tom's Ice Cream Village. They should we should have our own Ben and Jerry's flavor.
You want to do that? I think we can
like
put in for
Ben
that.
and Jerry should make a Seek and Justice flavor.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'd put in there. I definitely gonna have peanut butter.
Yeah, Reese's like Reese's cups.
That's been played out. You gotta
I
have something better. You know, we gotta come up with something different. Like we can make a Bob Alisi flavor, Alan Jackson,
Definitely.
flavor,
Karen.
The other thing I wanted to say
Liza.
yeah, you can do a whole different Ben and Jerry's thing, The other thing I want to talk about is during Welch's slides yesterday, I saw a picture of blood on snow that looked brand new. It wasn't like melted into the snow. Did anybody else see that yesterday?
No. What happened again?
Welch he lost the slide. He was going around real quick and he's bouncing around.
Yeah.
There was a picture of blood in the snow, like where John's body was. And I was just like,
really?
Wow, that's really bright for, and the date on the slide of allegedly when the slide was put together or the pictures were taken, it was 2/3/22. Like it was just whacked. Like it didn't make sense. Oh, you did see a classic Clippy? Yeah. So I'm not the only one. Yeah. Yeah. The snow was like bright red, dude. Like if you were Gallagher with the leaf blower, there was no fucking way you were going to miss this, right?
Right.
But now you have pictures later on that night when they're digging it up and the blood is so red, dude. And it was just put there.
I don't see how that gets by. How? How does that get by?
Oh,
Please, please.
This is so much more coming. The woman that the fake victim threatened to kill her kids has court this morning with the fake victim. Oh, Jesus. It looked like red food coloring, right, Mama? Because
if that's messed up, if that's the case, Mike.
It was on there, dude. So people are in the chat saying they saw it too, but
really,
yeah, it jumped out. See how this is live now? That red right there.
Yes,
it was that bright. It was that bright on the snow.
Wow.
Yeah. All right, the 50-50 flip will be sidebar to start the morning off. What do you think, Tom?
Oh, definitely.
All right.
Definitely starts off with a sidebar. Has to.
Oh, Martin Smallwood. I saw that. I checked the photo exhibits. That photo is not there. It's a new photo. I'm like, oh, no shit. No shit.
So it's not even part of the defense.
So they weren't supposed to show it yesterday, Martin? 200%. Standard virtual, yeah. Chat rats. I like that, Mary B. Wow. Chat rats.
Yeah, they are very noticeable.
I love that. That's a good name, man. Yeah, Jenny. Yeah, Jenny 3 times. She'll walk in. All right. I heard you guys want to see me before they bring the jury in. Funny story how I came to know Tom. Like, yeah.
That's a funny story.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Fanning intertwines with Sandra Birchmore case. He absolutely does.
So I went by the chateau the other day when I was going down to look at the grave sites on Memorial Day or Sunday.
Yeah.
Back parking lot that Farwell would meet.
Sandra, yep.
Yeah. I could see the entrance to it. I'm like, that's just fucking gross. My whole
Yeah.
family like that's disgusting. Yeah, he'd park back there in his cruiser off the chateau in the back reserve parking lot when nobody goes, and they'd hook up. Oh man. Anyways, getting sidetracked.
Mike,
Yo,
he went and had his baby.
what?
He went and had his baby delivered.
Oh, yeah, I know, dude.
That's bad. How do you look at your own kid?
It, what is this all about? Some new filings just came in. I'm gonna send it to you.
Uh-oh.
I don't see. Oh God.
All right, pop this up there. Stop. Share screen.
Stephen. Yeah. Someone got jumped. Okay. So tickets for Fenway Fight Night are still available by the Nolan Brothers, and Steven the Dangerous Davis. I love that name. Is on the card. Yeah. I'd go to that. Yeah. Steven, yeah. He seems like he can throw. I wouldn't want to fuck with him. Yeah, so this came out right here, Tommy. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm
Did you
trying
see
to
it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I see down the bottom there. Memorandum of expert opinions. See, that's today. See, that's the rule violation of 14. So whatever he took out, right? Wasn't, yeah. So this is what I was thinking about yesterday. This is a violation, dude.
But they want to take the stuff that's in and rule out the other stuff. They attempted use of any information not produced in violation of Rule 14. So if it doesn't violate Rule 14, they can use it.
So whatever he might have shown yesterday that the defense didn't have,
Mm-hmm.
because he changed something like a couple days before this hearing, right? 2 weeks, whatever it was before. You can't do that. You can't do that. That's a 14 violation. And he admitted that he did. Remember, I took a slide out. Remember?
Yes.
That's a Rule 14 violation because he's already given his work to the defense. And then 2-3 days before his presentation on the witness stand, he decided to take a slide out because he was told to by Hank Lennon.
There you go.
That's a 14 violation, dude.
Wow. Okay.
And then you have up the top there, Tom DeRosa, grant Eric Walden emergency request for that. I think that's still there. That's from yesterday, right? That's from the 21st. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you made the docket again today, Tom. I got a hint to you. You're kind of famous, man.
Getting there, man.
Mike, have you ever had pigtails, like as a haircut? I might have. Well, I mean, I'll try anything once. What the fuck?
Yeah, we have to listen to Spanky today, guys.
Oh God. All right, so Aiden's live. I don't know what he's doing. To the that was 33 minutes ago. I don't know if he got in or not.
We'll know when this fan moves around.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, here's the actual ruling right here. What the okay. Oh, they're trying to do a Rule 14 violation, dude. Well, I'm gonna send it to you. Can you pop it up? You there?
Yeah, what's
You
up?
all right, buddy? You all right?
Yeah.
This is the actual motion that's got sent to the docket.
Okay.
During Shannon Burgess' testimony, the
That's
defense
the one I'm
presented.
looking for. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. All right, stop. Start. This one.
Yes.
You want to prelude any information that's not produced in a Rule 14 violation. Shannon Burgess testimony. There you go, Mikey. There you
The
go,
defense
right?
Presented documents that were not previously provided, which eliminated their ability to review the document. Notably, the defense presented the CV provided in 2023, and that noted the graduation date of 2024. In an effort to provide these documents, the witness be confronted with the document proper trial by ambush. Here we go, trial by ambush again.
Yep.
God damn it, man. Oh my God.
This is Dr. Welch issue.
They're trying to protect him before Bob Alisi gets his hands on him today. No doubt about it. Yeah, exactly what they're trying to do. Oh, they know they're fucked. They know fuck. They know they're fucked.
Yep. Wow. Wow, guys.
Yeah, TB12 Foxborough. Yeah, the February 3rd blood drops acquired around the time. Totally new. That's a whole like that was shown. You can't unsee that, right?
Right. That ain't right.
Man.
Wow.
Oh, man. Oh, Jesus.
That ain't right.
Yeah. Right. Heather knows the irony of Hanky B submitting new reports from Arbiter during the trial, then crying trial by ambush because of a resume from his own expert. That is so ass backwards. He's right, man. If she fucking goes in this is crazy.
Yes. Absolutely is, Mike. This is a murder trial of someone they're accusing of hitting a police officer. And the reality of the situation is they can't prove anything. They can't prove anything, Mike. Not even if the vehicle drove X, Y, and Z. They can't prove that.
So basically, yeah. Thank you, MT. Yeah, that's awesome, man. People send me awesome DMs all the time, man. Thank you.
They really do, don't they?
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, where's Equestrian been lately?
Busy. She's working a
Yeah.
lot. Yep.
Yeah.
She pokes in once in a while. She's here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's a good person. She's got a good
Yep.
heart. Yeah.
She really does. We got a lot of good people, Mike.
Right.
So
I do. I know whether you're a troll or whatever, I still love you, man. I don't care. Hate's a strong word. I don't hate anybody. I might not like you, but whatever. People don't like me. I don't give a fuck.
Nope. Oh my God.
So, Jesus, Tom, you have to take a nap today?
Yeah, I have to. No, it's just like sucks.
Everybody's hugging it out in the chat.
Nice.
So all right, so the chat will only come up on our home screen, not while we're showing a vid.
Right.
Is that what? All right.
I can turn it on and off, but that way it's separate.
Oh.
So
is that a new feature from them, or is that?
Yeah, I have the option here. It says show comments on stage. It's in the beta version, so it's got bugs, but we gave it a shot today. And yeah, it works so pretty good.
Hey, Glock is saying check your messages. I don't know if that's. That's on me. It's you. Just to serve TV, Linda rant. Well, we get some focus going on with the fan. Here we go. Showtime. Look at her. I got my case law book. She got her nun outfit on.
All right.
I heard you want to see me.
Good morning, everybody. All right. So, Dr. Welcher can testify that the data he downloaded and analyzed and the damage to the Lexus is consistent with Ms. Reed's vehicle being in a collision on January 29th at 12:32 a.m. because he's a qualified expert and his opinion is based on reliable methodology appropriately applied. In addition, Dr. Welcher can testify that Mr. O'Keefe's injuries are consistent with his having been struck by a Lexus that is physically identical to Ms. Reed's Lexus, because this opinion is based upon, among other things, his experimental work that came into evidence without objection as to scientific methodology and application. However, he may not testify that Ms. Reed's Lexus collided with Mr. O'Keefe because that conclusion is not based on the application of reliable scientific methodology. The problem here is not that the opinion concerns the ultimate issue, because in Massachusetts, that's not a bar to admissibility. Rather, it is that Dr. Welcher, the expert, is drawing an inference based upon more than scientific method. His opinions set the stage for argument and a permissible inference to be drawn by jurors through the application of their sound judgment to the opinions that they find credible. But the jurors are as well positioned to draw or reject the inference as is the expert. That is, the inference is not compelled by the application of any scientific method. So that's the ruling. All right, so the jurors are lining up. We should have them momentarily.
Thank you for the late call.
Okay.
Did you say thank you?
Is Dr. Welcher right around?
Yes.
Why don't we bring him in if he's here before the jurors?
All right, there's Baghdad Bob. There's 3, 4 people, 5 people here. Why isn't Aiden in there? Jesus Christ. How'd you recognize me with the sandals? Tiny Table, how you doing, buddy?
The updated version, we provided a copy to the defense with all the redactions.
Okay.
The
Are you in agreement with this, Mr. Alessi?
I haven't gone through it, but I have no reason to believe that I wouldn't be in agreement. So
Okay.
I'm going to go with it.
There is one slide, so I'll admit it conditional to redactions that you didn't rule on, but I feel as though you probably will exclude, and that is in that version. I didn't want to pull it out with the court's order, but I'll talk to.
Do you know the number? You don't have to find it if you don't.
131.
Oh, is this was it 130? Was it 131 yesterday too?
Yeah, it
So
was.
at sidebar, I said we could go back to that. And Mr. Alessi agreed that we could go back to that. So, and I know I thought we were starting there, and I think Dr. Welcher thought we were starting there, and then you went to 132. That was my understanding at sidebar.
It is, but subject to me being able to object. I was basically because we wanted the jury to come in, so I want to look at the slides.
Okay, so look at it again. That's not my understanding, Mr. Alessi. It was you were concerned just about the heading, and then I said we'd go back to both slides.
Oh yeah, no, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
That one, yes, your honor's recollection is.
Yeah,
I was okay with the heading.
And we were going to start on that, but you thought because I struck it based on the objection, but then at sidebar, I said we could go back to that. That's your understanding too.
Yeah, I'm sure that Dr. Welcher took off the heading on 131.
I think he did, but because I think he took off from 124 to 1.
I did.
Okay.
I would like the prediction to come true.
Are they out there, Paul? Okay, thank you.
Doctor. Yes, Kirk 71. You're absolutely right, dude. I know. It like, puts you in a trance, the fan. It's like, what the fuck, man? When this is all said and done, I'm going to have to get another fan for my office. What am I going to do?
Yay. All persons having any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard.
Imagine walking into your job every day and having
Good
that
morning again,
announcement.
Council. Good morning again, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes.
Hey. Here comes Mike and Tom to the chat. Please stand. Get off your keyboards.
Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sidebar. That's got to be like the whitest guy in Massachusetts right there, sitting down with the tie on.
Morning, Dr.
Seriously.
Welch.
Good morning.
Don't get flipped with
When
me,
we
dude.
left off yesterday,
you
I was
are.
asking
You
you
have no
about
tan.
some of your opinions. I'm going to ask you those questions again, but before we do, I'm going to ask you 2 other questions. The first is I'd ask you to turn to your PowerPoint, slide 110.
Yeah, it's Aaron Boy. Yep, he is. The whitest girl ever. Yeah. It's like
You want
it's
me to
almost
display
illegal
it?
to be that way.
Please.
Oh, he tied his knot a little
I'm
bit
going
better
to ask you
today.
a question about a series of your slides regarding this effort. This is 110. Could you also follow through to 111, 12, 13, 14, 15?
You want me to play the videos?
You don't need to play the videos. I just want to acquaint you for the question.
111,
12,
112, 113, 114, 115.
How many times did you engage in testing where your arm and forearm touched the rear right of the exemplar Lexus?
3 times.
In any of those 3 times, did it ever leave any paint on the underside of your arm or forearm?
No.
If you could turn to slide 130, please. What? There we go. Could you go back one, please? Perhaps it's 131, Dr. Welcher. There we go. Could you explain the significance of this slide, please?
Your Honor, this is.
Oh, could you take that down, Dr. Welcher?
Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
We're going to move forward. Yesterday, when we left off, I had asked you,
So we need to take this slide down.
Sorry.
you could take the PowerPoint down, please.
That was in a different spot on the slide. Hold on a second.
Uh-oh. Jesus Christ, these guys.
That's better.
Thank you. Sir, I had asked you yesterday about some of your opinions. I
Correct.
want to ask you about some of your opinions relative to that last effort that you made regarding testing between the Lexus and your arm.
Correct.
You had mentioned earlier on in your testimony that you reviewed a number of pieces of information and offered that you relied on some of those pieces for your opinion. Can you share with us, for this part of your analysis, what pieces of evidence or information did you rely on for the opinions I'm going to ask you?
Relative to the testing on the arm contact on the taillight?
Yes.
So it was the physical evidence at the scene, the photographs of Miss Reed's vehicle, to a certain extent, my analysis of the Ring doorbell and the One Meadows event, the nature and
Your Honor, pardon my interruption. I just want to know if you're reading from something or not reading.
Looks like he's counting on his fingers. Are you reading from something?
no, I am counting on my fingers.
Okay, thank you.
So I am counting on my fingers. The Ring video doorbell, Mr. O'Keefe's height, the type of shoes he's wearing, because I needed the same type of shoes, my exemplar inspection where I matched up the heights, the locations of the lacerations, and then the text stream data as well.
That information that you considered, in addition to the text stream data you considered, considering both those areas of information, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty in whether the damage to the defendant's Lexus is consistent with a collision with Mr. John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022 at around 12:32 a.m.?
So there's been two potential theories that I've seen on that issue. One is a glass was thrown at the rear of the vehicle and shattered it. The second one was an impact to the arm. If the impact is basically more than approximately 8 miles an hour, it will likely break the taillight lens.
Do you have an opinion whether, based on the data and based on the physical damage and your testing, whether that is consistent with a collision or a impact with Mr. John O'Keefe?
It is consistent with the collision as long as it's greater than approximately 8 miles an hour.
Do you have an opinion whether it's consistent with an impact or collision with Mr. John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022 at around 12:32 a.m.?
With that caveat, yes.
In your testing, did you consider, or do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, whether John O'Keefe's injuries on his arm, inevitably in the back of his head, are consistent with being struck by a Lexus identical to the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022?
Yes,
What's your opinion?
that it is. It is consistent with being struck by a Lexus and ultimately contacting a hard surface such as frozen ground.
And does that specifically pertain to January 29, 2022 around 12:30 a.m.?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, it does.
Oh,
To finish, I'd like to ask you a few more questions. You've written some papers on side swipe collisions or clipping. Can you describe for the jury and explain what a side swipe collision is or a clipping and how that may or may not differ from a direct hit on a pedestrian impact?
Sure. So what generally differentiates, say, side swipes or clipping contacts compared to, say, an inline impact or, say, a T-bone impact is what refers to that the object that you're hitting isn't accelerated up to the speed of the object that's coming in. So, for example, if I rear end a car, that car will be accelerated up as a result of the contact, and they reach what's called common velocity, and then they separate. And so in a glancing hit, you can have a glancing hit and you don't have what's called complete momentum transfer, meaning the momentum from the car, because it's a glancing hit, doesn't completely transfer to the object being struck. For example, you can drive down the road at 100 miles an hour and clip the mirror of a parked car and you'll break the mirror off, but you're not going to go from 100 to 0 instantaneously. You're just going to keep going because you don't have all that momentum transfer. So when you have glancing contacts, you can have much higher speeds without a lot of damage to the car because you're only in momentary contact and it's a glancing type hit.
You mentioned about potential damage to a car. How about potential damage to the pedestrian?
It's the same thing. So when you have a glancing hit to a pedestrian, this is referred to as a fender vault. In this case, they call it a fender. Fenders on the front of cars, because most pedestrian impacts involve the front of cars. In this case, it would be called a quarter panel vault, which means you're kind of vaulting off the corner of the car. Those are much more complicated because you don't have that common velocity that I referred to. So it's difficult to calculate the exact speeds at which the vehicle contacted without a whole bunch of information in that type of crash. If the impact had occurred in the center of the vehicle and we knew where the point of impact was and the point of rest, we'd have a much better chance of determining how fast the vehicle was going. But when you have just a corner clipping or glancing, it makes it more difficult to determine, even when you have an area of impact, which is where the person was when they got hit, and a point of rest where they landed, makes it more difficult for glancing contacts because you have that side swipe problem where they don't obtain what's called common velocity.
And what are some of the other difficulties in attaining specificity in a side swipe or being hit by a quarter panel as opposed to a fender?
So for a pedestrian, correct?
Yes.
So pedestrian impacts and how you move post-impact are very sensitive to your exact body position. For example, whether your right foot is on the ground or off the ground, whether your left foot is on the ground, off the ground, whether you jump up in response to the crash. Simply raising and lowering your arm changes the amount of rotation that's going to happen. Post-impact motion of the person. So cadavers, crash dummies don't have any muscle reaction. So the motion of a crash dummy is just going to be like you're hitting a dead body, to where people will step, try and regain their balance if possible, will do additional activities that alters where they come to rest.
In your studies of direct pedestrian collisions by front or back bumper, as opposed to side swipe or clipping somebody, is there a similarity or difference in type of injuries that you see?
Yes.
And what is the difference?
So in direct centralized impacts, you tend to get much more severe injuries. Really what's occurring is you're getting that momentum transfer. So it's more, you're accelerating the person up to the vehicle. They can wrap onto the side in front of the vehicle at higher severities. Their head will hit the hood, their head will hit the rear of the vehicle. So when you have that direct contact, there's actually more momentum transferred to the actual occupant. There's more applied force to the occupant as well.
When you see direct impacts, is there ever the existence of lower body extremity injuries, broken bones in the legs?
So there can be both, depending, and again, it's very sensitive to where the foot is on the ground, whether the foot's on the ground, as well as the severity of the crash. In the presentation that I gave at the Accident Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute on pedestrian injuries, I went through all the literature on lower extremity injuries and looked at what parameters affected that. And so depending on how it was loaded, some at 15 miles an hour had no injuries. Some at 15 miles an hour had some fractures. It depended on how exactly the foot was loaded.
Is it uncommon in sideswipe pedestrian accidents to see no lower body broken bone?
No, it is not uncommon.
Have you had cases that you've studied or been involved with where you've studied the effect of a sideswipe or a clipping impact where there's an absence of broken bones in the lower body extremities?
Yes.
I'd ask you to turn to slide 139, please.
Oh, sorry. I fixed those other two slides.
Okay. Could you share with the jury what this represents?
Who gives a fuck?
Sure. So this was a trial that I was involved with in downtown Los Angeles. I've redacted the name at the top. This was an instance where
It's hand drawn. What
we
the
had, this is a image from the police report.
fuck? What does this have to do with anything?
Let me see if I can.
Oh, this guy is. What is that?
So AOI in this diagram stands for area of impact. That's where the pedestrian was when they got hit. AOR is area of rest. And you can see we have information on exactly how far the pedestrian was thrown. Then on the right-hand side, we have photographs showing the impact to the pedestrian.
I'll be right back.
This was determined by experts on both sides of this
Oh my
case to be
God.
between a 25 to 35 mile an hour impact. And then what you see is a close-up on the bottom slide of where there was DNA transfers, hair and tissue samples on the vehicle from the individual that was hit by the vehicle.
Next slide, please. And what does this represent?
So this is the decedent in the case, the person that was hit. He was killed at the scene. What you see on the left-hand image, oops. On the left-hand image is he had a massive laceration to his right forearm, but it didn't break his arm. There was no broken bones in his arm. On the right-hand side of this image, you see the autopsy report. What you'll notice is he had red marks on his leg, left buttocks, but he had no leg fractures. And again, this individual was hit at between 25 to 35 miles an hour.
Can you
Thrown.
expand that? I'm sorry.
Yes, yes, sure.
Do you want that expanded like other times?
There you go.
Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, no, my pleasure, Your Honor. Thank you. So at the top, he had a severe brain injury, which again is the most common injury in pedestrian crashes. He did have fractures of the right 11th and 12th rib and a liver laceration. If you look at the extremities, it says right upper extremity. Again, that's from the shoulder to the end of the hand. Extremity wound with vascular injury. So no fractures. If you look where I was talking about the multiple abrasions, so when they're looking at the lower extremities, they're noting a number of red marks, but there was notably no fractures to the lower extremities.
Thank you. You can take that down, please.
Okay.
Dr. Welcher, regarding your analysis of the data and the evidence in this case, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the absence of lower body brakes to Mr. O'Keefe is consistent with the defendant's Lexus impacting in a side swipe or a clipping Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, you could definitely have this type of impact and not have anything beyond, say, red marks to the lower extremity.
Thank you, Dr. Welcher.
My
Your
pleasure.
Honor, I would move into evidence subject to redactions. Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint presentation.
That's by agreement, Mr. Wilson. with that
That is, Your
caveat.
Honor, thank you.
Put in both the flash drive and the notebook.
On representation, it's consistent together, it's the same set, I don't know.
So let's put them both together now and decide later. Okay.
Those two slides are incorrect on the flash.
Yeah, that-
Okay, so we'll switch that.
that was-
Thank you. What exhibit number is it? Oh. 206, thank you.
So this 206A and B.
All right, Mr. Lessie, whenever you are ready.
Your Honor, if I could, you want me to set up?
Sure.
What I miss? Oh. Oh yeah, showtime.
Morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning. We haven't been formally introduced. Your whole name?
Robert Alessi, sir.
Robert Lessie. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
He's trying to take control of this conversation. You're about to your career fucking ruined, dude.
Dr. Welcher, the area in which you engage can also include, and I believe you used the term on direct, forensics, correct? Do you engage in any forensic activity in your profession?
Yes, the general umbrella of you basically coming in, giving scientific evidence in court applies to forensics. So my main job is accident reconstruction and biomechanics. And so that's what I do. Sometimes it doesn't involve court. When it goes to court, that's generally forensics.
Right. So you're here today. That is my question. You're here today, at least in part, with regard to forensics, correct? Because forensics is the Latin term for it is basically you're going to have some type of court or jury presentation. It's for law, correct? Would you agree with that? It's for law, forensics?
I mean, exactly the way you asked that, no. It's for engineering and it's for biomechanics. It's in the court of law, I think is what you're asking.
That's exactly it.
Okay, yes, certainly for the court of law, yes.
It ends up to a court of law, and in forensics is a common term.
Yes, sir.
So it relates to, or it's used in, or it's suitable for a court of law, the analysis. You'd agree with that's a general principle?
Yes.
Not a trick question. Okay.
That guy looks like fucking
And so
powder
in
right there.
forensics, what you're
That's what it looks
doing,
like.
among other things, is you're applying the scientific method and principles in here in a criminal matter, correct?
Yeah, you try and apply as much as possible.
Right. And so the primary goal of forensic science is to uncover the truth and to provide objective evidence that can be presented in court.
That is generally correct. Again, there are elements, for example, this analysis that are relying sort of on subjective evidence, like the testimonial, the witness statements. So it's not solely based, but ideally you'd want it as much as possible based on objective data.
So you would agree that truth and objective evidence is part of the presentation in terms of information for forensics in a court of law?
Certainly objective information. Truth sometimes, again, can be subjective.
Oh, so you don't believe truth? You believe sometimes truth applies and sometimes it doesn't?
If you know for a fact it is true, but if you take someone's deposition testimony, you have to look at it relative to the evidence, and it's either consistent with the evidence or not.
Okay, so now let's go to your direct examination that you just went through.
Please.
Hopefully this is fairly straightforward. You have testified to, and it's varied a bit, a reasonable degree of
certainty,
engineering certainty. Is that correct?
Correct.
You've also, have you used the word sometimes to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I may have.
Right. So
I don't know.
In terms of your role as a biomechanical engineer and accident reconstructionist, is it important to engage in a critical analysis of the data?
Critical analysis? Yeah, I think it's important to have a critical analysis. You want to try and look at it from all sides, consider all possibilities.
So it is therefore important to try to review the data as objectively as possible. You had mentioned sometimes subjectivity comes in, but I understand the goal is to try to look at it as objectively as possible, correct?
Correct.
Now, you stated with respect to your conclusions early on in your direct testimony and your analysis that you don't, and I think I've got it quoted, you don't have a dog in the fight. Is that what you said, sir?
I did.
And that you, quote, don't care, end quote, about the outcome. That's what you made a point of saying in the beginning,
That is
correct?
100% correct.
Now, you simply follow the data. Is that correct?
I try to do that.
You try to do that.
I'm not perfect. So
Okay.
I do my best. I believe I've done it here.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
So, In terms of, you've agreed that you apply the scientific method, so I want to see if you're in agreement generally so the jury can understand what the scientific method is. Are you familiar with NIST, National Institute?
Yes.
Yeah, so would you agree with this definition of the scientific method? The systematic pursuit of knowledge involving the recognition and definition of a problem, the collection of data through observation and experimentation, analysis of the data, the formulation, evaluation, and testing of hypotheses, and where possible, the selection of a final hypothesis. Is that a general fair statement of the scientific method?
So for forensics, you'd have to add in the testimonial evidence aspect of it. So those are testimonial, or things are in evidence. So frequently there's one or two versions, and you're trying to match which version is most consistent with the evidence.
Okay, adding that to what I stated relative to NIST, you would agree that evaluation and testing of hypotheses, and where possible, the selection of a final hypothesis is the scientific method, correct?
Generally, yes.
Is it correct that a proper biomechanical injury analysis utilizes a sound scientific methodology that's been subjected to peer-reviewed and a publication that's been generally accepted in the engineering community?
Well, I can't. So this, I've done my analysis here, biomechanical analysis. I can't submit this analysis to peer review. I'm not allowed to give this to people outside the court. So there would be no way for me to submit my analysis for peer review. So this occurs forensics all the time. The forensic analysis in court generally never goes under a peer review process. The methodologies underneath it, and looking at, like, for example, I think I referenced 25 papers in my report. That goes to the issue of trying to follow the science. 26.
So I think you may have misunderstood my question, sir. I was talking about your methodology, your biomechanical injury methodology. The methodology that you use and apply is to be subject to peer review and general acceptance in the engineering community. Is that correct?
So I have no way of publishing this analysis.
I'm sorry, sir, to interrupt you.
I need to.
Go ahead and answer your question.
You're asked peer review, like you said, means I give it to my peers. I send it out to somebody to review for the scientific method. That's what the peer review process is. So I will gladly send this out to peer review with the court's permission, but I haven't and cannot do that.
Sir, my question is not your analysis here in this case. My question regards the methodology that you used here. Is the methodology, you said 26 references, right? My question is simply, is the methodology that you used for your analysis in this matter, is the methodology for a proper biomechanical analysis, should that methodology be generally accepted in the engineering community?
I think with the forensic application, yes.
Okay, that was my question, just the methodology. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All that for that. This is great.
Now, the scientific method that you've used in this case, part of the use of scientific method, the purpose is to avoid what is called bias in the scientific method, right? Not cultural bias, but just bias in terms of the application of methodologies and principles. You would agree that's a pretty fundamental purpose of the scientific method, is to avoid biases?
The purpose of the scientific method is to get the most logical and correct answer without bias.
Exactly. To do it apply the scientific method without bias being part of the application of the method, correct?
That's hopefully what you can do.
That's hopefully what you can do. That is the goal, right?
That is one of many goals, yes.
So are you familiar with the term confirmation bias?
I am.
And that relates, confirmation bias is part of a larger term. Are you familiar with cognitive bias?
Generally, I'm not a human factors expert, though.
Pardon me?
I'm not a human factors expert.
All right, this is, biases are, don't you agree that cognitive biases are not just for one category? You would agree it applies to medical analyses, it applies to doctors doing studies, engineers doing studies, and other scientists doing studies?
I'm not a cognitive expert. I think I would generally agree with it, but I don't want to step out of my lane. I'm not an expert on cognitive. I can talk to you about confirmational bias, if you like.
Let's talk about confirmation bias. Now, confirmation bias is actually when someone selectively gathers and interprets evidence to confirm one or another's beliefs, as well as neglecting evidence that contradicts those beliefs. Is that a fair statement of confirmation bias?
That is a statement. Yeah, it could be broader, but sure.
But you would agree that that is generally correct, what
Generally, yes.
confirmation bias is. And an example of confirmation bias is not considering alternative hypotheses once an initial hypothesis has been selected, even though data and information might contradict the initial hypothesis. Is that an example of confirmation bias?
That could be, yes.
And confirmation bias is antithetical. It's against the scientific method. It's to be avoided, correct?
You would like to avoid it, yes.
Are you familiar with the term failure analysis?
Generally, you might need to define how you're using it for me.
Sure. So is failure analysis the enablement of a scientific examination of an alleged incident by beginning at the undesired consequences? Is that a fair use of that phrase?
I was thinking something different, like a piece of metal failing. I guess it could fall into that category.
Okay. And would you agree that the first question, or one of the first questions that are to be asked by a biomechanical engineer when conducting an analysis of, say, an injury, is how did this happen? Is that one of the first few questions that you ask?
No, that's usually the last question.
Oh, so for you.
So hold on a second.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Generally, what you want to do is gather data. You want to know what injuries there are, what evidence there is, like, for example, on the vehicles. And then the very last thing you want to know or define is, given all that information, how did it happen? So that's the end.
I think you may have misunderstood my question. So I wasn't talking about the method or the process. I was talking about when you get to answering questions, whenever that is in the process. Isn't one of the questions, and maybe one of the first questions, how did this happen?
No, that's not one of the first questions. One of the first questions is, where's the damage? What are the injuries? What's the evidence? What black box or tech stream data do we have? What physical evidence was at the scene? So that is certainly not one. It is a question, but that question is at or near the end.
Isn't every one of the questions that you just mentioned part of the data gathering?
Correct. But when you're gathering data, you're always asking yourself questions along the way, like, what is this? Where did it come from?
But you would agree that for you, at least some point, it's how did this happen, correct?
Yes.
And don't you ask that question to come up with hypotheses?
I generally have many working hypotheses as I'm working on the case. And then as the evidence comes in, I'm applying that to my hypotheses and either accepting or rejecting the hypotheses based upon the factual information.
Sir, how then is it just a matter of logic or a syllogism? if you don't ask the question, how did this happen until the end, how do you then not get your hypotheses up front when under the scientific method, you should be having different hypotheses up front? How is it that you ask the how did it happen at the end and not go through hypotheses in the beginning? Can you help me with that logic?
Sure. I guess I misunderstood. Like I was trying to give you an answer to how it happened. So when you're answering how it happened, or you want to be able to answer that question, you want to make sure you've looked at the totality of the data, accepted, rejected, things as they came along, to be able to answer that final question, how did it happen? But along the way, like for example, a right eye laceration, you want to know how that happened. So you look for the evidence of how that may have happened.
So you would agree then that questions of how it happened, formulating and identifying hypotheses does and can happen toward the beginning of the analysis. It doesn't happen at the end all the time. Would you agree with that?
So the ultimate question of how did it happen happens at the end. The questions about the elements of what occurred to make it happen, those occur at the beginning, middle, all along the way.
You would agree that creating hypotheses occurs more toward the beginning than toward the end of the analysis. Is that correct?
There are probably more hypotheses in the beginning, but I am continually forming, looking at hypotheses, either accepting or rejecting them upon the evidence.
So you would agree that the creation of hypotheses does occur more toward the beginning of the analysis. You would agree with that?
There are more towards the beginning. The process occurs throughout the whole investigation.
Right. I'm asking about the hypotheses, sir. You would agree that
Jesus.
the hypotheses occur more toward the beginning than the end, just the hypotheses.
So I don't know if you and I are saying different things. More
Go.
hypotheses in the beginning, because you have more questions in the beginning.
Yeah.
You continue to form hypotheses as the data presents itself. So you don't stop the formation of hypotheses. It's just as you get more evidence, you window down the number of questions.
So you have more at the
Maybe I
beginning.
can-
Fucking
Just this last
idiot.
question to make it clear for you, sir. You would agree, not analysis, which you added, as I heard it to the last part, just hypotheses.
Mhm.
You would agree that even though hypotheses can be created and changed, perhaps all the way up to the end,
Mhm.
you would agree that it's important in the analysis to create at least some hypotheses, plural, in the beginning, correct?
Yes.
Wow. Hostile witness. He just did it with his own chart. He did
And once
yeah. So you have more up here.
you create these hypotheses, would you agree that those hypotheses should be tested?
Yeah.
So if you take the word testing to mean testing compared to testimony, compared to physical evidence, yes.
And
What the fuck is this guy talking about?
when you test those hypotheses, isn't it often the case that, particularly in your line of work, the one that most consistently produces the same injury will emerge as the mechanism of injury?
I guess it depends on the scientific evidence behind it. Again, sometimes we get very unique injuries.
So my question, sir, is this.
Mhm.
Isn't it the case that when you have multiple hypotheses,
Well, hypotheses.
the one that most out of all of them, it's a relative thing, the one that most consistently produces the same injury emerges as the mechanism of injury? Is that a fair statement?
I think generally, again, it's on a case by case basis. You have to look at the science and the facts of what you're basing it upon. I think as a general premise, what you're saying is accurate,
Okay,
but there's exceptions.
fair enough. But as a general principle,
Sure.
with some exceptions, that's a fair statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
Jesus Christ.
We're
they're
going
full
to
of teeth.
have several topics, sir, and what I'm going to try to do to make it a little clear is I'm going to say when I'm switching topics.
Oh, good.
So what I'd like to do now is switch topics.
Okay.
You're aware that the Massachusetts State Police has troopers who specialize in accident reconstruction, correct?
Yes.
And there are troopers within the Massachusetts State Police Collision Analysis and Reconstruction section whose sole responsibility is to engage in accident reconstruction. Do you know that?
I do not know that.
Do you know that there are troopers within the Massachusetts State Police Collision Analysis and Reconstruction section who engage in accident reconstruction?
Just based on what I've seen in this case.
Right, based upon what you've seen in the case, that's a fair statement.
And I just know that those people are doing it.
Are you familiar with a Massachusetts state trooper named Joseph Paul, P-A-U-L?
Yes.
And you
Well,
know,
I'm familiar with his reports. I don't know the man.
okay, familiar with Trooper Paul through his reports in this case, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware that he was assigned by lead investigator, former trooper Michael Proctor, to be a constructionist in this case on January 29th of 2022, as evidenced by that report or those reports of Trooper Paul? Do you know that?
Well, you put a lot of things in there. I know he issued a reconstruction report. I don't know who told him to do it. So the first party question, I don't know, but I did see a reconstruction report from him.
You were retained, and so do you recall, is it the date, January 29th of 2022? Is that a rough time period of him being assigned, or you don't know when he was assigned?
Don't know. That might have been in his report, but I wouldn't have paid attention to when he received an assignment.
Do you know when the date of the first report of Trooper Joseph Paul in this case?
I can pull it up. I do not know off the top of my head.
You know that the date of the incident in question is January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Yet your firm and you were retained for this case by the Commonwealth 2.5 years after the incident in question. You were retained, your firm, on September 23rd, 2024. Is that correct, sir?
No, I believe we were retained a couple days before that.
A couple days. Okay.
Correct.
So
Actually, I might be able to find out if you'd like me to look at the documents.
it's not all that important. You would say it's within a week of September 23rd, 2000. It was in September of 2024.
I believe it was in September, yes.
Right.
I would
So-
want to double check.
That's 2.5 years from the date of the incident in question, if I did the math right, correct?
No, I never thought about it. Yeah, approximately.
And as we just discussed, and you stated on your direct examination, you have no dog in this fight, correct?
Correct.
On November 5th of 2024, your firm Aperture was paid $44,500 by the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to conduct work that was at least similar to the work of Trooper Paul, correct?
I have no idea. I don't get the billing or the statements.
Do you recall whether Aperture has, well, do you believe Aperture is working for free in this matter?
Oh, no, I don't believe that. No,
So you
we're an
would,
engineering company. We bill for our time.
so you know that Aperture is getting paid for its work in this case, correct?
We are billing for our analysis work.
Well, you're not just billing, you're billing and getting paid, correct?
So I have not seen any of the payments. I would assume that we're getting paid, but I don't know that.
Sir, you are a senior vice president of Aperture, are you not?
I am.
You would know, wouldn't you, if your firm was not getting paid for work since September 23rd of 2024, wouldn't you?
No, probably not. Usually it takes, 9, 10, 12 months of not getting paid before the accounting department reaches out to me.
Exactly. So you've been
Right.
on this for 2.5 years. So if it would take 9 months or 12 months, if you weren't getting paid, you would have been notified by that by now, correct? According to your own answer you just gave.
I've not been on this case for 2.5 years.
I'm
The
sorry.
company
sir.
has.
Let me go back to the question of payment.
Hold on. You said I've been on this case for 2.5 years. I was retained in September 17th-ish of 2024. So that's what, less than a year ago.
Understood. I'm moving on to the next question because I want to move away from that discussion and just
Okay.
go right to the bill. You, as you sit here today, do not have a recollection of whether Aperture has been paid. Is that your testimony?
It has nothing to do with recollection. I'm not part of that process. We have an accounting department. I don't have any involvement in that.
Are you,
This guy's
so
a
is
fucking
your
tool.
testimony, you have no knowledge about any contractual relationship between Aperture and the Commonwealth?
Oh, no. I was sent a contract by the Commonwealth to sign. So I'm aware of the contractual agreement, but the day-to-day or month-to-month invoicing and billing, I'm not involved in that.
Okay, so you're aware there's a contract between Aperture and the Commonwealth,
I signed it.
and you signed it. And wasn't that contract obligating the Commonwealth to pay for the services of Aperture? Isn't that the purpose of the contract, in part?
In part, sure.
Yeah, it's a legal obligation of the Commonwealth. Your firm does work and the Commonwealth pays for it, correct?
That's the idea.
Right, and so you know about that contract because you signed it.
Correct.
Oh, fuck, dude.
Also, you testified on direct that there was a purchase of a Lexus exemplar for your testing.
Correct.
Who pays for that Lexus exemplar?
Aperture.
And is that then cost passed on to the Commonwealth?
No.
So you pay for the Lexus, you don't pass that cost on, correct?
So what we're doing is we paid for the Lexus. We're keeping it till the trial's over. We're selling it and charging the Commonwealth the difference in the price.
Exactly. That was where I was going, sir. So,
But they're only paying the difference. So, and in theory, if we sell it for more in California, then we'll reduce the bill.
okay, I don't want to speculate. I just wanted to see what the obligation was. So
The
if
obligation is the difference.
Exactly. So the obligation is the difference. Are you aware that on April 5th, 2025, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office amended your contract? Are you aware of that, sir?
I am.
And isn't it the case that that amendment authorized the amount of $325,000 to be paid to Aperture? Isn't that what that amendment contract states?
I believe that's correct.
So the Commonwealth is obligated to pay at least $325,000. And is that correct?
Wow.
That is you're asking me a legal opinion now about a contract. That is my understanding of how contracts work, but I'm certainly not an attorney.
And on top of that, are you aware that Aperture has been already paid $44,510 for its work? Are you aware of that?
The second time you asked me, no, I'm not aware of anything we've been paid.
And as you've stated yourself, those amounts reflect, as you say, less than 6 months worth of work?
That's not what I said.
Well, no, my question is, you've been on the case, you said, since September of 2024, when we were talking about dates, You said that was about 6 months that your firm's been retained. Did I have your answer correct about how long you've been on it?
I guess it's closer to 8 months.
All right, so 8 months. So for 8 months of work, about $400,000. Is that correct?
So there's 3 offices working on the case. There's the Boston office, there's Mr. Burgess's office, and there's my office in Long Beach. I only know about the billing from my office.
But you signed the contract on behalf of all of Aperture, not just your office, correct?
That I don't know, but I definitely did sign a contract.
Would it refresh your recollection as to who you signed the contract on behalf of, whether it's all of Aperture in all offices, if I showed you the contract?
Sure.
May I put you on it?
Yes.
May I put you on it?
Yes.
Sir,
Uh-oh.
may I ask you-
Yeah, could you direct me so we're not wasting time?
Well, what I'd like to do, with the witness, Your Honor, is just ask the witness a question with regard to it.
Why don't you just take a look at that, Dr. Burgess?
Thank you.
What a piece of shit this guy is. Imagine having him as a boss. This guy's a fucking ass clown.
And then when he's done, Mr. Lessie, you can take it back to the podium.
Yes, Your Honor.
He's so polite. Bev's like, la di da. Jimmy, I need another one. Mimosa.
There you go.
Can I ask a few more questions before I do that, Your Honor, for foundation purposes, if I want to do more than refresh?
All right.
Would you like me to start with
So-
refresh?
Go ahead and start with refresh. Go back to the podium, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Screw monkey, no peanuts.
Dr. Welcher, does that refresh your recollection as to the contract you signed on behalf of Aperture with the Commonwealth?
So it lists the legal address as my office. So for my office, yes.
So are you saying that therefore,
I don't trust this guy at all, man.
and did you see the amount that was in the contract? Did that refresh your recollection?
Oh, no, I didn't even look at that.
What
Do you
a
recall
fucking-
the amount that of obligation that the contract relates to in this document. Do you recall that?
You just asked me that earlier, and I'm taking what you said to be true. So I was like $325,000. I have no reason to disbelieve that.
And is there also a total, do you recall the total maximum obligation for the contract that's listed in the contract? You
No.
recall it? May I approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
And Dr. Welcher, I am now going to, you asked me last time, I hope this is helpful.
Please.
You said, please point to the applicable part so we can do it faster. I am now pointing to that part and see if you can just look at that and see whether this refreshes your recollection on the maximum obligation of the contract pursuant to this contract. Without saying what it is, just does it refresh your recollection?
No, but I don't have any reason to believe it's not correct.
You're an asshole, dude.
And that is my signature on it.
Right.
You're walking into a steel trap, dude. You're walking right into it. He's gonna walk you down the plank and you're gonna jump right in. Trust me when I tell
And
you. You're not smart.
we got
smart guy in
started
the room.
on this conversation, tying it to, well, we got started on this conversation with regard to a statement you made earlier in your direct that you didn't have any dog in the hunt. You recall that statement in the beginning of your direct testimony.
You misquoted me. I don't have any dog in the fight.
You don't have any dog in the fight.
Correct.
Thank you.
Oh,
Now,
thinks he's the smartest guy in the room.
switching topics,
Okay.
you submitted an updated PowerPoint presentation, the one that you went over on your direct examination. You created that presentation quite recently, correct, sir?
The updated one was where I had redacted or taken out slides. So in terms of taking out slides, I did add one alternative path a couple weeks ago.
Okay, my question, sir, is this.
Mhm.
The updated presentation, we'll get to the changes later, but the updated presentation, you created just how many days ago?
I'm going to say weeks ago.
Weeks, 2 weeks?
I don't actually know without looking at the documents.
Well, was it more than 3 weeks ago that you created it?
I still don't know without looking at the documents.
Do you know when the trial started in this matter, sir?
I do not.
Assume the trial started approximately April 22nd of 2024.
Okay.
Did you create your updated presentation before or after April 22nd of 2024?
I don't know.
This guy
Do
is
you
like
know
the
when?
best.
Hold on one second. Dr. Welch, I'd ask that you not do.
Not look at,
anything.
okay, I was going to try and answer his question. My apologies. I will shut it down.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If I may, Your Honor,
Yeah.
continue. Are you able to determine when you created?
Get
the
that
updated
little chunky out, huh?
I think so.
Let's
That's what I was
scratch it, yeah.
attempting to
Your
do.
Honor, may he do
Look
that?
at how red he's getting.
Yes, I'm going to see Counselor Sidebar while you pull
Yeah,
that
this-
up,
Thank you.
please.
This guy's a fucking hostile witness. All right, this sidebar. There's one. We got one so far. $340,000 spent of our money on this chud. Oh. Welcher grape juice. It looks like his arm with the blue paint on it. Looks like he fisted a Smurf or something. You know, it's crazy. Yeah, he's fighting the plague walk. Unless he's got the sword out, just poking him in the ass. Keep going. He looks like he fisted a fucking Smurf. I swear to God. Stop it, man. Sir, during your experiment here, were there Smurfs involved? Okay. There were. Was any Smurfs hurt during your experiment? Just the one or two I had to fist. They had to go get a colonoscopy. Oh, God. And where did we pay for the sneakers? And what are you going to do with those? Are you going to sell those and give us the profit, or what are you going to do? Oh, my God. I know I can't, JoJo. I would be out of my mind. Imagine
Welcher, what I'm going to ask you to do is get whatever information you need for Mr. Alessi's last question. Mr. Alessi, I need you over there. So,
Yep.
and once you get that answer, I'm going to ask you to shut your computer down, or at least put down the cover. Thank you. All right, so you can answer Mr. Alessi's question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Could you give me the question again, please?
Yes. When did you create the updated presentation that you reviewed in your direct testimony?
So that addition I made was taken out. It wasn't in my direct
Sir,
testimony.
If you can just hear my question, it's this. The version of the presentation that you put on the screen, when did you create that version? I'm just looking for a date.
So to answer your question about the version on the screen, I created that yesterday when the judge asked me to take off some of the headers. So yesterday.
Okay, good. Now, the version before that you created yesterday, when did you create that version?
The day before.
And then the version before that one, when did you create that?
I mean, I save it every day.
Understood.
So every day.
So you've changed the presentation every day since when?
No, I don't think I've changed the presentation every day.
That's my question. My question is, how many times have you changed it within the last 2 weeks, your presentation?
Let me try and cut to the chase here.
Sure.
That slide was added on May 13th, and then it was taken out before I presented it here. So it was not in my presentation here.
Right. So thank you for that answer. So
You're
here's
welcome.
the question. Your first version, as I understand it, of the slide presentation was January 30th, 2025. Is that correct?
Correct.
When was the next time after January 30th, 2025 that you changed that presentation?
May 13th.
Assuming the trial started April 22nd of 2025, you changed your PowerPoint presentation during this trial, correct?
Correct.
And how many times did you change your presentation after April 22nd of 2025?
Well, the last time they changed it was like 10 minutes ago. So
You're
in
a
response
fucking
to various
dick.
discussions, I've been making continuous changes to it.
What?
I want to make sure you finish your answer, so I didn't
No,
interrupt you.
I'm not sure how much granularity you want to that answer.
Right. So you created on January 30th, 2025. You made your
13th.
Pardon me?
Oh, the original one. Sorry,
Yeah.
January 30th, modified May 13th.
Right. If I could finish my question, and I might be able to shortcut this. Thank you. So you created the original one on January 30th, 2025. You made your first amendment May 13th of 2025. And then before you sat for your testimony, which was yesterday, correct? That was the first time you sat for your testimony.
That is correct. I was here yesterday.
Days get foggy when we're in a courtroom, but it was yesterday. How many times had you changed your presentation from January 30th, 2025 until when you first walked in the courthouse yesterday?
Do you mind if I count?
Not at all.
So there was the May 13th change. Half of that was in response to objections from the defense. I had to add all the paths to where everything was. Then when I got out here, Mr. Brandon asked me to take out references to evidence about statements that I was not allowed to present. So that would have been within the last 3 days. And then I've modified it a couple times today based on rulings from the judge.
Okay, let's break that down. You said half of the changes you made on May 13th related to what? Because I want to know about the other half.
Sure, there was two changes. I added the extra path of 138, and then I was told that the defense was having problems with my PowerPoint, so I had to go in and add the paths to every single slide about where the evidence came from, because they were saying I didn't provide everything, and I had provided everything.
All right. So
that was the second half.
Got it. I want to go to the first half, sir.
Sure.
And I'm going to try to shortcut this.
Please.
And if I'm not clear, you just let me know. I want to talk about the first half. You called it, I didn't hear it. It was like, did you say path?
Path.
P-A-T-H?
Correct. The path Miss Reed was driving.
Right. The what you made the change for May 13th, that first half, that wasn't something that was triggered by the defense. That was something irrespective of the defense, correct?
It was based upon her statements. Is she part of the defense?
All right,
Yeah.
so that's what I wanted to get to. You changed the first half based upon statements you allege that Ms. Reed made. Is that correct?
It's because I changed one slide. There was 130 slides originally, or something like that. So half of the changes on that day, which was one slide, I added one line to the bottom of the previous slide.
Did you consider that change significant?
No.
Well, then why did you make it in the middle of trial if it wasn't significant? Why didn't you just leave it off and then discuss it in terms of testimony?
So A, it ultimately was left off. B, because it was insignificant and I didn't need to have it. So the way it got presented was exactly the way it was before May 13th. So it didn't change anything.
But it was significant enough for you to make a change to your presentation, correct?
So my goal is to be as accurate as possible. So when I saw the path that I gave, the way she could drive, I gave the possible paths. That was one of the possible paths that hadn't originally been included. So in striving to be as accurate as possible, including as much information as I could, I wanted to make sure I included that.
So you were striving. The clip that you used to make the change, you say you made the change based upon a clip you observed with regard to Ms. Reed. Is that correct?
I believe that, yes, that is correct.
Do you know that clip has been in existence for months?
I don't believe I got it until April.
So a clip that has been, assume the clip's been in existence for months. You just got the clip.
Dr. Welch, I have to ask you
I'm
not to
sorry.
refer to
I'm trying to be helpful.
Close your
Yeah,
computer.
let me close it. Sorry. I was trying to answer his question.
So I'm going to ask you to close the top.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Just flat. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. So assume the clip that you said was the basis for changing your PowerPoint on May 13th after the trial started had been in existence for months. You just got that clip, you say, in April?
I believe so, yes.
What was tell me the circumstances by which you got the clip. Did you ask for it?
I was told there was a new interview.
Okay. Who initiated the conversation about the new interview?
I don't know if it was Mr. Brannon.
It was someone associated with the prosecution?
Yes, I wouldn't have known about it.
Exactly. So somebody affirmatively communicated with you when about this clip?
I need to look, but I remember it being about mid-April,
Mid-April.
if I'm thinking of the correct clip.
What were you asked to do, if anything, with regard to that clip?
When I got the clip, I wasn't asked to do anything.
What did you do with the clip once you got it?
So they then indicated there was this suggestion of an alternative route. So then I looked at the alternative route description and added the alternative route.
So it was suggested to you by the prosecution that you look at the clip and they pointed out that there was an alternative route they wanted you to look at?
So I took it to be, we have additional evidence. Please look at the additional evidence and add it to your analysis.
On the topic of additional analysis by Aperture, while this trial is going on, are you aware of Mr. Burgess submitting a report dated May 8th of 2025 in this case?
Yes, I received that report on May 8th.
Right. And so you were aware of the creation of that report on May 8th because you got a copy of it, right?
Correct.
Were you aware that Mr. Burgess was intending to submit that May 8th report to the Commonwealth?
Yes, we'd had a discussion before that he had found new information that changed the timing.
Oh, he had found new information. What is your basis for saying he found new information as opposed to the information always existed? It's just it was pointed out to him that should be looked at? What's the basis of your understanding that he found new information?
Objection to the question.
I'm going to allow the question, but you have to ask it differently.
I will, Your Honor. Thank you. What is the basis for the statement you made that Mr. Burgess found new information?
I guess it was his meeting in our discussions. He indicated that he had found new information.
Did you ask him, what do you mean by new?
No, I took it at what it said.
So do you, as you sit here today, have any basis to say that that information is new as opposed to it's always been in existence?
Yes.
What is that?
What he told me.
Oh, so you relied upon the representation of Mr. Burgess. You didn't have any independent document to determine whether in fact it was new.
I don't quite frankly care whether it's new or not. I just care what's in the data, whether it's new, old, I don't care. It's not relevant to what I'm doing. I don't say this is new data, this is old data. I just care what the data is.
Sir, has Aperture ever submitted a report, a changed report in the middle of a trial to your knowledge?
I have no idea.
Do you know whether Aperture
Passive aggressive fuck.
an amended report in the middle of the trial? You said you testified in federal and state courts. Can you recall one instance where Aperture has submitted an amended report in the middle of the trial?
So Aperture is like 290 people. I can only speak for myself. I have certainly done amended analysis. Only certain courts and certain legal systems require reports. But for example, rebuttal, analyzing testimony that comes up in court, getting trial transcripts. I very frequently have come up with new analysis during the trial.
Sir, my question is, as you sit here now, can you state one court case where you or Aperture has submitted an amended report in the middle of a trial?
I cannot speak for Aperture. I can only speak for myself.
Can you answer?
What?
Speak for yourself. Or can you then for yourself recall any instance where you submitted an amended report in the middle of a trial?
Amended reports? No. Amended analysis? Yes.
Thank you.
As an analysis part of your report. Yes.
You're welcome.
Mr. Lessie, is
Thank
this a
you.
good time for a break or
It-
5 more minutes?
It's a good time, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, folks, why don't we take 5 minutes recess? Again, Dr. Wilkie, I'll welcome her in.
Great. Love to use the restroom.
Oh my God, right? Has he been the worst one so far, this trial? Or has Kerry Roberts been? Oh, Bob. Oh, Jesus. I love it. Just piece by piece. He'll take all fucking day. He doesn't give a fuck. Right? I'll fucking sit here all day with him, watch this fucking asshole crash. Right? I don't know how to send links, man. We figure it out. Tom, I don't know what Tom, he's gonna wake up. So the medicine he took, I don't know, man. I think he just roofied himself. I really fucking think he roofied himself. I'm not gonna lie. Tommy, yeah. Oh God. God help him. Bedrow. Brennan is trying to boost the credibility of the clips by having an expert cite them as part of his basis for his conclusion alongside his engineering expertise. When those clips have nothing to do with engineering or science. Good point. Right? Oh my God. This guy, he's really like, this guy's just like out there. I think he still's got blue paint on him. Oh, man. So Michael Welch, this guy's on a fucking laptop during cross-exam. Absolutely wild. I guess that's not normal. Oh, I guess that's not normal. So basically, if they sell the Lexus too, right, they could lie on the bill of sale. Yeah, $400,000 contract between Aperture and the Commonwealth. Oof. Oof. Think that was money well spent? All right, so can they talk about a refund maybe at the end of this? You know, like seriously. This feels like a guy that you would like, you ever run around a truck and hit your ankle on like a tow hitch? How much that hurts? This is what I feel like I'm going through right now. Pain I feel inside me right now. It's like I just hit my shin on a tow hitch in the back of a pickup truck. I didn't see it coming. Oh yeah, Brendan could have been coaching him or via email or messaging up. Yeah, you're right, man. I don't think Aperture is a publicly traded company, and if they were, I want no part of it. I'm out. So I'm trying to sell it right now. Because these guys are totally. You write the check, and say what you want. That's all you gotta know. Oh my God, my mom gave me a piece of value. I was slept for 18 hours straight. Oh, poor Tommy. Yeah, he wasn't. I can tell this morning that he wasn't really up to par. But you know what? Sometimes it just takes a little while to get going. Yeah, we sold the Lexus for $1. So you guys owe us X amount of dollars. What do you think, co-counsel down there? Huh? You think? Yeah, co-counsel. You want to come up? You want? No, okay. You're on the way. Just like that guy Welcher. Right now, Welch is doing fireball shots in the back room with the O'Keefes. You know he is. You know he is. All right, thanks, RDA. Yeah. Yeah, Donkey, hang out with me and Glock for me. He probably drank one of my lemonades, yeah. Like, imagine if this guy, like, you dated his daughter and you came to his house and you met this guy for the first time. I'd be like, dude, girl, I want nothing to do with you, man. If you were raised like this shit. Peace out. Peace out, man. Because I can't be the only one that's thinking this. I would love to see what DePietro's saying right now. All right, Judge Bev just called Dr. Welch and Dr. Burgess. I love it. Oh. Judge Bev just called Dr. Welch and Dr. Burgess. Yes. Oh, yeah. She just threw her empty tumbler in that gym. Go fill my drink cup, bitch. And I want gin now. I don't even want to wait till lunchtime. Now. Welcher is a clown. Yes. Oh my God. Howie Carr is who? So Judge Bev just called Dr. Welcher, Dr. Burgess, confused him with the graduate of George Corley Wallace Trade School of Coleman County. First called Jen McCabe Miss Reed, then called Kerry Roberts Miss McCabe. Have another White Claw, Judge. Oh, Howie going after it. I love it. If you're not from Boston and you want to find out what's going on in the local stuff, like he's like a big radio legend and he writes for the Herald, you gotta follow him on Twitter if you're on Twitter. I'm sure he's on Facebook too, but he's a fucking riot. He's an older guy. He was involved with the Whitey Bulger case, so he knows Hank Brennan. He was put on the witness list, so he couldn't cover the story, just like Turtle Boy was. Oh my God. Yeah, so if the tail is broken with John's arm, does that go on the bad Carfax? Will that show up because it's a break of the Carfax? Or does the grease paint show up? And what do they have to disclose? This car was used in a murder investigation, like they, like houses. If someone was murdered in your house, you have to disclose that, don't you? If you're selling it. All right. Hey, right to the Herald, yeah. Oh God. This guy might be going out in the retirement soon. I don't know, man. I don't think he's doing any favors. He's trying to be like, pro prosecution right now. So he gets because the states write big checks. But I don't think he's doing himself any favors because he sounds stupid. Like he doesn't have he doesn't make he doesn't make common sense. Am I right? Like he's just trying to be combative the whole time. He reminds me a little bit of Yuri Buchanan when he was being asked. They were just going around and round and round, and finally you get the answer you wanted, just because there was 2 words missing out of it. But to have the judge call you, oh man, a different name is, yeah. How come this lawyer, at least Brendan is giving some answers to the question everybody has. How were there no broken bones? How could she be going that fast and cause these types of injuries? Wow. Yeah. Yeah, Sleuthy, he proved that John should have had bruises all over the place, but didn't. Ignored the bruising just to claim it's normal not to have broken a bone. Yeah. Okay. Oh God. Do you think he was looking at like Pornhub when he was up there? Because I know that Auntie Deb posted a link to the Pornhub account that he has. My God. I just can't do it. I can't sit here and take the stupidity. Doesn't make sense to me. I know Judd asking Alessi for his full name right off the bat was fucking weird. Oh, I want to know the guy. The reason why I asked for his name is like I want to know the guy who's gonna fuck me first before this thing is over. Yeah, I want to know who's kissing me before I, by your name before I get fucked. Because right now he's just giving him the fucking Italian kiss right now, and he's gonna fucking smurf fuck him in a minute. Oh, you're down super head down at 10 miles an hour. Wow, Jesus Christ. I thought this go a little bit smoother for Alessi, but the guy just being a douche canoe, and he knows it. He thinks he's having fun, but you know what? We got all fucking day. Like he's just gonna wear him down with this. He's gonna make him sound stupid once, make him sound stupid twice, until he's up until like you sound stupid like 20 times after 20 questions. When are you gonna start answering these things right? Oh my God. Now, Turtle Boy did not make it into the court, is what I'm being told. Could be unreliable information. The way I'm going today, people, I've been getting crushed by the trolls that I'm no good. I don't know what I'm doing. I false narrative. I have no right to do anything. Well, you know what? I'm just telling you what I know. Take it for whatever you want. Oh God. Oh, Susie, we need Jessica Hyde to serve all the waffles from Welch's Waffling. This guy, Howie Khan says this guy's fucking goatee more turned is full of shit than a Christmas goose. Oh my God. Have you ever seen a witness interrupt a defense lawyer to introduce himself? I think Hank and Judd come in with a genius plan. Oh my God. I'll tell you what, if you can do it, you follow the money, right? This guy here is part of the company. You follow the fucking money. If you don't know where the money is, bro, you don't deserve to be a vice president, executive vice president, right? Yeah, Renee, fuck the troll. I love, bring them on, man. I think it's funny. I did thick skin, I guess. But oh my god. Oh. Oh yeah, I gotta watch this one. Kyle Steinbeck, yeah. But it's just we're from Massachusetts. We're kind of educated, right? I don't know, man. I've fallen off a cop before. I've done all that crazy shit. Oh, oh my god, that's so funny. Yeah, Welcher's in there going. He's taking a piss, and there's Lou O'Donnell next to him, squatting on the urinal. Do you think Lou O'Donnell could pick up a urinal cake? You know what I'm saying? If he's sitting on it, that's gross. Oh my god, that's so gross. It's so gross. Imagine that. Judd Welcher, Dr. Judge Welcher, eats urinal cakes for breakfast. Telling you, he does. Oh yeah, right. He definitely knows about it. Oh, you know, Dr. Judge Welcher went into the men's room and just fucking farted so bad right now. He had like 12 eggs this morning because it's all on our dime, right? Had a couple urinal cakes. Went to the Blue Man Group last night in our time. Saw the Smurfs on ice. Oh god, this is too funny. You know what I mean? I think. What do you think Dr. Welcher does for fun in the spare time? What do you think he does? He lives in Long Beach. Do you think he surfs? Nah. I don't know what he does. Plays golf. What kind of car do you think he drives? Oh, here's that. Here it is right here. So Aperture LLC was part. They were sponsored the Northeast Team Platinum sponsor the Massachusetts Bar Association dinner in Boston. Oh yeah, cool. Platinum sponsor. Yes. Good. Glad you guys had a good time. I'm glad that we paid for it. You know, it's like, the government buying, $400 toilets, $4,000 toilets. Who knows? Man, I'm getting my allergies today. The only RG Larry Legend. Welch got a dog in the fight. Over 400G to be exact. He most definitely has the wrong dog in him. And he has a picture of hot dogs inside his belly. Oh my god. Oh. Alessi is crossing Welcher and they are talking money. Big money. Ooh, man. Yeah. Wow. It's a lot of money. Almost $500,000. I like to cost a lot of money to live out there. Yeah. I'm allergic to bullshit. Maybe that's what it is. A lot of bullshit in this fucking case. I wish there was someone had a Smurf I wish someone like a Turtle Boy is there, right? There was a camera on his computer. He would have a Smurf on his first screensaver or something, Yeah, that's right. But that's right. Hank Brennan's salary, right? He's over 250 already, or close to it. Oh, that's the last thing. So what this? What's the case in here? Not something about being case dismissed. Oof. El Diablo. Breaking out the edibles before I lose it. Yeah, right? Oh, shit. Imagine this case got dismissed because the fucking, the jury's like, we're done. Yeah. Snap into a Slim Jim, right? Right. Tommy roofied himself this morning. I don't know what he did. But he went, Tommy's down. Down goes DeRocha. Down goes CPU. I'm going to throw the towel in and a little money. And I get the towel ready. I'm going to throw it in. Oh, my God. I'm just reading Twitter. Yeah, so Turtle Boy didn't make it in. Oh, my God. This is too funny. I don't think we've been introduced yet. Okay. I'm the guy that's going to take your job. Oh, okay. Dr. Judson. Really? Oh, oh my God. Judson. Honey, what do you want to, what, is that short for something? Judson. But I mean, I don't think I've ever known a Judson. Is that like I don't know. Judson. So, Lieutenant Tully, who do we have lined up? I got this guy Judson. He'll do anything. He's got to put a couple zeros on that 40 grand. Okay, send him our way. Judson, come on. You're not looking good. Yeah, people say they watch your shows and everybody else's shows. They get a feedback of what's going on. I don't doubt that anymore. I think they do. I really do. Really do. The Smurf, the Jetsons. Yeah. He don't care. He's getting paid, right, Darcy? He doesn't give a fuck. At this point now, it's just money in the bank. Like the longer he can stretch this out, like he was pumped to spend the night last night. Right? In my opinion, he was pumped to spend the night last night. I guess I would be too. Yeah. My God. Howie Carr, man. You're too fucking funny. Judson Welcher. I can't even. Yeah. Imagine that. They're trying to, Judson's trying to push the fact that it was the rear, Wingard that caused the eye injury to John O'Keefe, which has already been explained by a medical doctor. Oh my God. Come on. Oh man. Excuse me. I don't know how guys can do solo shows like this, like, and keep talking about whatever. How do they do it? I have to watch. I guess I don't want to do it, I guess, but when my partner goes down, I get tagged in for the day. More coffee for me. I feel like I'm just rambling. My co-counsel's sleeping on the couch over there. Oh, cold. Let's give me the side eye. Jimmy had to run out, get them another handle, turn the brake. Yeah, she's pissed because Jimmy should have had this handle yesterday. Or he's running out to her trunk, pop the trunk from the cooler from the weekend, right? You like my ramble, Mary Jo? Okay. As long as you guys like it, I'll keep going. Okay, I'll ramble banana. So, I guess my question is this going to be the last witness for the prosecution? Comments only. Wrong answers only. Darcy, he took too much of something. It might have been too much penis. I'm not sure what it was. Peni. Yes. Not sure what it was. Yeah. You think the prosecution's going to call Proctor? Tom's sleeping. Yeah. Yeah. He deserves it, man. I woke up this morning because I take the dogs out, and I get up earlier. Like, I get a weird sleep schedule. That's true. The older you get, it's weird, man. I don't know how old you guys all are, but for men, anyways. So, anyways, I saw one of his tweets that tweeted out something like 30 o'clock this morning. Like, dude, what are you doing, man? Then I look at myself and I go, what am I doing? At least I don't tweet. I'm only up for 10 minutes though. And it's not to go to the bathroom. No, I let my girls out. My co-counsel goes outside. I do. I tell you, my dog got sprayed by a skunk a couple weeks ago. Holy fuck, that stinks, man. Jesus Christ. Horrible. Just turned 50. Yeah, bro. Oh, yeah. Oh, man, dude. Yeah, so Donkey, you're one. Mike, what are you doing? I don't know, Batman. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just talking shit. Oh. So why would the prosecution call Proctor? What would be the reason why, I guess, is what I'm asking. To get in front of what's going to happen, because nothing good. He's going to say nothing good. If he's going to start opening up evidence bags and shit with his name on it, remember, someone wrote Buchanan's name on an evidence bag. Remember? And he was pissed. Yeah, 4:30. Well, 4:30's not bad. Movement. Here we go. Oh, thanks for hanging in with my fucking ramble on.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lessie.
Oh, my tumbler's full. I'm ready to go. Let's start with the bullshit.
Dr. Welcher was just using, at least my observation, his computer. He still has monitors on his desk. Could we have all that removed, Your Honor?
It was
Closed, yes.
Would he open?
So did you just turn it on?
No, but I will. I closed it.
This guy's fucking shady.
You want the computer all the way off or just everything?
Is he going to need to turn his computer back on?
I do not see a need for the computer to be turned on. Do we have the ability to put the presentation and documents from our
So I'm going to see counsel at sidebar,
Sure.
please.
All right, there's two. Dr. Oh, man. So no more instant messaging, Mr. Brennan. You cock-a-doodle. There's Peg and Eileen. All right. Who's that girl with no chin, dude? Behind the green there. Oh, man. Is she like from Angola? Where's she from? And that green's not working, girl. I can just tell you straight up, man. Paul looks good today. I like the checkered shirt. I'm gonna give it. I'll give it to him. I'll give it to him. So that to the left, to the right of Peggy is Eileen. You have Peg and Eileen. I think that's yeah. Don't talk shit about my
Lunch break, I'll ask you to remove those monitors.
I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
During break, I know it takes you a while to set up in the
Yeah.
morning. We're going to ask you to take all that down during the lunch break, okay? Thank you.
I know who this is. No, I have no idea who you are.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, we left talking about the amendments you made to your PowerPoint presentation. And in terms of the amendments, are you aware that the defense counsel received your amended PowerPoint presentation at 3 p.m. on Memorial Day? Are you aware of that?
No.
And you
Straight face. Keep a
testified,
straight face.
began testifying the day after yesterday, correct, sir? Day after Memorial Day?
I testified yesterday.
Yes.
Tuesday. Walking them down the plank, people.
Aware of any activity in this trial of any kind before you testified yesterday?
Again, as I mentioned, I've been getting random emails, and then I've been seeing it pop up on my news feeds as well. But once I was aware of the reclusion, I made sure to not review any of that. But as recently as last night, I got an email that said biomechanical engineering job, or like applying for a job. And I opened it up and it was some internet troll.
Sure. I'm asking about emails from the prosecution.
Wasn't me.
Oh,
What?
no,
Wasn't
there's
me.
been no emails about what's been going. I mean, there's been scheduling, when am I going to come, things like that.
How then was it determined that you were going to be able to amend your power presentation if you weren't communicating with the prosecution?
Oh.
I mean, they asked me about the witness statement of 138 right around May 13th.
How did they ask you about that, sir?
I don't recall if it was a Zoom meeting, a phone call.
An email.
Communication with the prosecution. Might have been by Zoom, might have been by another method, but there were communications while this trial is going on relative to you amending your PowerPoint that ended up with an amended PowerPoint on May 13th. Do I have that correct?
I believe so.
Going to switch topics.
Okay.
One of the goals of Aperture's analysis and reconstruction was to determine the location and timing of certain text stream events, correct?
Correct.
EDR data.
I'm sorry, my role.
Your role, yes. EDR, and just for clarification, EDR is Event Data Recorder, correct?
Correct.
So I'm going to refer to that, as you have before, as EDR, Event Data Recorder.
Sounds good.
EDR data does not show the location associated with a text stream event, correct?
In this particular vehicle, it does not.
And the EDR data for this particular vehicle, namely the Lexus SUV, also does not provide the time associated with a text stream event, correct?
Not at the time of this event.
So the answer is no. correct?
That is not correct.
So let me ask the question slightly different way. The EDR data does not provide the time. The EDR data for the Lexus SUV that you've been talking about does not provide the time associated with a tech stream event, correct?
That is correct.
Instead, every tech stream event is associated with a particular key cycle on the vehicle, right?
No, here we go.
There can be multiple tech stream events in a single key cycle, right?
Correct.
And every time you start the car, this one you push the button, that's a new key cycle, right?
That will cause a key cycle.
And the EDR data indicates the number of seconds into the key cycle that the particular event occurred, correct?
The EDR data, no.
So EDR data gives you no information about the number of seconds into the key cycle that a particular event occurred.
You're confusing EDR data and tech stream.
I'm not, sir, I'm just
Are you
asking
not?
a question.
So
If it's yes or no, I'm fine with that.
EDR data will, depending on the vehicle, sometimes it has information about GPS date and time. Sometimes it has ignition cycles, which are a little bit different than key cycles, which is why you frequently have different ignition cycles versus key cycles in EDRs compared to tech stream.
So let me ask it a different way.
Okay.
The tech stream data indicates the number of seconds into the key cycle that a particular event occurs.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, thank
In
you.
order to properly determine the location and the timing of a tech stream event, it's important that you correctly identify the trip that is associated with a particular key cycle, correct?
I think I'm going to say yes, that tech stream tells you the trip.
I'm just asking if it's important that you correctly identify the trip associated with a particular key cycle. And do so by determining, in order to properly determine the location and timing of a tech stream event.
So the tech stream tells you the trigger event and it tells you the key cycle. So I'm not determining that, I'm reading that from the tech stream data.
Okay, so in order to properly read, to use your verb, the location and timing of a tech stream event, it's important that you correctly identify the trip that is associated with a particular key cycle. Is that a fair statement?
I think that's a fair statement.
If you associate the wrong trip with the wrong key cycle, then your estimate of when the tech stream event occurred will be wrong, correct?
Did you order the code red?
It can.
Did
but
you
need to
order the
take
code red?
Totality of the evidence in the tech
You're
stream.
damn right I did.
With the mileage, the overall timing into account.
So are you saying, sir, that if you have the wrong trip with the wrong key cycle, you can get the correct tech stream event?
No, not necessarily. Again, you have to take the totality of the data.
My question is with regard to if you have the wrong trip with the wrong key cycle, then your estimate of when the tech stream event occurred will also be wrong. Isn't that just a matter of logic, sir?
Right? You can't handle the truth.
So again, the
You
tech
read
stream
me on
event
that
tells
wall.
you the trip
You want
and
me
it
on
tells
that
you the
wall.
time. If you're saying I'm, say, associating that with the wrong infotainment information or vice versa, then that would be
Look at
wrong.
it.
But the
Look
tech
over here.
stream data tells you
Look
how much
over
time
here.
is associated with each trip. There's no
Here.
difference there.
Right here.
If you
Talk with my
associate
hands.
the wrong trip
Talk with my hands.
with the wrong key cycle, then your estimate of where the tech stream event occurred will be wrong. Is that correct?
You can't associate the wrong event with the wrong key cycle because it keys in the key cycle with the event.
Let me try it a different way.
The awkward silence kills me.
your analysis or anyone's analysis in conclusions regarding the timing and the location of the text stream data are only as good as your ability to correctly associate a key cycle with a particular event. Is that an accurate statement?
No. Again, you need to take the totality of the data. So that is one element. You need to look, for example, at the mileage. You need to look at the timing of the events. So this is considered a tool in the analysis process. You need to look at the totality of data to see how it matches up with the physical evidence.
So are you saying that you can have an incorrect key cycle with a particular trip, but you can still get accurate timing and location of text stream data?
So again, you don't get incorrect key cycle with the trip. The trip and the key cycle are coded in by the text stream. If you are attributing an event to the wrong trip, which has a fixed key cycle, that could be a problem.
Exactly. So if we could go, if Your Honor, if we could.
Thank you.
publish a
Way to
slide,
backdoor.
please, that is in evidence.
We're gonna,
Thank
oh,
you.
fuck, what'd I do? Oh, shit. I want to look at my computer. I can't.
I've got slide 9.
I
Mr.
can't look at my
Wolf,
computer.
if I-
I'm
yes,
fucked.
I've
What
got
am I
the
gonna do?
correct one.
Damn
Thank
it.
you, Your Honor.
I need a fireball.
So.
Oh, look at him. He's
I'm going to use
panicking.
the acronym
Look at him.
VCH that you've used
not in control
on your,
anymore.
do you recall using the acronym VCH on your direct testimony?
Yes, sir.
And VCH stands for Vehicle Control History, correct?
Correct.
Here is a picture
You
of
viewed the
desk
vehicle
currently.
control history on September 23rd of 2024, correct?
In addition to the PCS data.
You viewed the vehicle control history on September 23rd, 2024. Yes?
That is yes.
You took photographs of the vehicle control history, including key cycle 1167?
Correct.
And in this screenshot, we can see 4 text stream events that
Actually,
are.
can you zoom in on the key cycle?
Oh, sure.
This is so
I think when
slide.
I got to, no, scroll.
Here he goes. Here
So
he
when I
goes.
got to it, you can see it was that key cycle 1264.
Oh,
The blue highlight
yeah.
was the last file that was written on key cycle 1167.
Right.
So
But-
to answer your question, I got it at 1264.
So if we can go back so we can see the 4 text stream events.
He fucked up.
I just want to reestablish
What a-
the foundation here.
What a
In this
clusterfuck.
screenshot, we can see 4 text stream events that are associated with key cycle 1167, correct?
All right.
Correct.
Yep.
But isn't it true, Dr. Welcher, that there were actually 10 text stream events associated with just that one key cycle 1167?
I can't use your computer,
Correct. I
dude.
gave you the original files.
Right. So you are aware that the Commonwealth had maintained up into your firm's engagement that
Are you saying there's no basis for the question? All right, I'm going to allow the question and I'll hear it.
you are aware that the Commonwealth has maintained up until your engagement in September of 2024 that all text stream events associated with key cycles 1164, 1165, and 1167 occurred while the Lexus was in the custody of the Massachusetts State Police at the
We're doing-
Canton Police Department.
So the objection sustained. You need a foundation, Mr. Lessie.
Sir, as part of your work in your review of the many documents that you referenced on your direct examination,
Oh, he is so
did
lost
you
now.
review the text stream events associated with the Lexus SUV?
I reviewed the one I downloaded.
Pardon me?
I reviewed the one I downloaded.
Right. And did that, what you download, include key cycles 1164? Did it include that?
It did.
Did it include 1165?
It did.
And did it include 1167?
It did. It did not include 1166.
I didn't mention 1166, sir. I only mentioned 1164, 1165, and 1167. I purposefully skipped because I didn't
1160.
understand you had reviewed it. So here's my question.
Oh, man.
You therefore, based upon the fact that you reviewed them, and you said it's important to understand timing, etc. That's very important in your forensic analysis, correct?
Yes, sir.
So let's go to the timing question and you understand where the Lexus has been at various points in time. You testified to that in direct, whether it was at the Canton Police Department, whether it was being towed, correct?
In addition to having Mr. Burgess analysis in the data.
In addition to Mr. Burgess' analysis, so in that analysis contained locations of where the Lexus had been.
It contained where it had been and also include date and time, when it was turned on, when it was turned off.
Exactly. So not only did you have all the locations, you had dates and times associated with the location where the SUV, the Lexus SUV, had been, correct?
Correct.
Now to the question. Based upon that review, that knowledge, that understanding, that those bases, you're aware, and you've reviewed, by the way, Trooper Paul's reports, correct?
I have.
There were two reports of Trooper Paul. There was his original CARS report and then a supplemental report that were listed in the documents you reviewed. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that, but I'll take your word for it.
I don't want you to have to take my word. Do you recall, sir,
No, I
that
don't.
there were do you recall that there was a report of Trooper Paul?
Yes,
Okay, and you read that report, I assume, sir.
I did.
And it would be important for you to read that report and read it carefully because it addressed the subject matter that you were addressing, correct?
No, I did my own independent analysis. As a matter of fact, it'd probably be more important that I don't do that to avoid confirmational bias.
But you did read Trooper Paul's report.
Of
correct?
course.
So you therefore are aware that the Commonwealth has maintained up into your engagement.
I'm going to see a sidebar on this.
Okay. I'm at 3, or that's 3, right? Yeah, 3. 3 before lunch always means a bunch. You just lied, dude. Yeah, you're right. Like, how can you be all right? There's got to be someone in that row that's got a half a like, you know, what are we doing? Like, they must have sat down, had a glass of wine with Peg and said, listen, Peg, what do you think we should do? Legit, you know? Because I would. That's 3 sidebars. Thanks, Gil. Yep. And I think Welcher might need another fireball. Yes, Dr. Turtleboy absolutely needs to nominate Dr. Judson. We use Dr. very loosely, Judson Welcher, as a Ratchet Madness 2025. Yes, without a doubt, I agree with that one. He could be a bracket leader. He could be a number 1 seed. This guy is like, he's trying to save his business. Executive Vice President. You're not going to be Detective Lieutenant any longer, pal. I think Man Shannon just took your job, dude. He's moving out to Cali. Oh man. Oh God. Like, you know that? Yeah. Judd the Chud on cross. Yes. Man, this guy is getting, like, he thinks he's getting away with saying some smart things. But he's, yeah, like Paulie says, he's on the ropes, man. Now you got Brendan trying to object his way to lunch. Give him a break so they can have lunch together and change the testimony again. All right. Did Lou O'Connell make it in? I don't know. She's back in the corner again. I know she's usually in the closet, but she's in the corner. Not quite sure. That girl's got big shoulders right in front of her, though. Holy geez, she's alive. Plays a rugby or something. You guys listening to me back there? Look up, Sue. Yep, there you are. Hey, Lou. Hey, yep, you heard me. Don't get mad. Did you at least bring a pocketbook today? Seriously. you get another backpack? What are you doing? Jesus. I know you guys are watching. Lou O'Connell, yeah. Yeah. Oh, man. And there's Baghdad Bob right there with his back turned, everybody. Just farting all over the reporter next to him. Smells like BO, I'm told. Like a bad BO. Oh. Stop woman shaming. I think it's Lou though. I can't tell. No. Oh man. Like, do you think she gets a free meal every day she goes in there? Because no one wants to say no to her. Oh, you can't do that. You know, I'm this, I'm that. You know, I don't know. Oh my goodness. Look at that one with the green shirt on. She looks evil. Imagine waking up to that thing in the morning. Ah, I have to chew my arm off to get out of there. My goodness. And the one all the way to with the blue and the black on. God love you, man. God love you. Jesus. She had that sports bra unibrow on. They're afraid to look at the camera. They're all like, they were told not to, so they're all trying to stare someplace else. Oh my God. Do you think, all right, do you think they take a short school bus altogether? Like, one of those short ones and drive in here? And, she got more chins than a Chinese. I mean, look at this lady. Grunty McShit. Is that it? Oh, that's Peg Leg's sister, Eileen. Oh my God. Yeah, that's the girl who keeps the picture that's still in love with John that actually was drunk driving and took the leg off a motorcyclist in Quincy. Oh, you didn't know that? Yeah. Oh, sorry, man. I took the short bus. No, I didn't, but there's nothing wrong with the short bus. But I'm thinking these people do because there's not enough people to fill up a whole bus. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, Tara Carrigan, that's her name. Oh man. I think I used to get jealous of the people in the short bus. They got to go in late, leave early, Yeah, John didn't like her. Like literally, like when they're alone, just say Paul and Peg are alone with Aaron and talking about the case. Do they actually think, what they're trying to do is realistic? I don't know, man. I don't know. Bunch of window lickers. I don't know, man. I don't remember when I was playing basketball, Paul. I don't like again. He was a quarterback for Braintree or whatever he was. Yeah, he was cool. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Oh my God, I love Auntie Deb. Someone's gonna go check on Tommy. Yeah. Am I all right? So let me know if I'm out of control because yeah, Dave's channel. Yeah, we are on the list. I'm on the list for being the gayest one that does content creator. I'm gayer than Auntie Deb. I know. Goat boy. He just told Alessi that he was confused, and Bob said, "Sir, I'm just asking you a question. I don't care if it's yes or no." Danielle, what the fuck? Oh my god. Well, the Fed just arrested Tom Brady. No, it's not the Tom Brady. It's the Tom Brady from the Norfolk County Jail. He's also the GOAT, greediest of all time. Howie Carr. The Fed just arrested that guy who was doing the plumbing work at his house. Remember? Holy
May I,
shit!
Yes.
Thank
I
you.
love it.
Are you aware that over the course of the Commonwealth's and your investigation into this case, that the theorized time of the alleged contact of the SUV?
So there's two words, just strike theorized.
Okay. Thank you, Ronnie. Are you aware that over the course of the Commonwealth's investigation and your
Hold on, Mr. Leslie, court reporter kindly.
Thank you. I will.
That's the signal. Bail me out.
I'll object again to the question.
Yeah, Tom Brady, not the quarterback, but the Norfolk County jail.
Go
Begin
ahead
my
and
question?
ask a
I think Turtle Boy met him.
appropriate question, Mr.
He's getting arrested by the feds. Oof.
Do you have knowledge whether there is one time or more than one time
You suck the
for
cock.
the Commonwealth's position, as you know it from reading documents that you said you've reviewed, that there are different times alleged for the incident to have occurred at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask the question, remove part of
I'm sorry, Your
it.
Honor.
You have to remove part of that statement.
Okay, understood, Your Honor.
You're welcome, Mr.
Do
Leslie.
you know whether there is more than one time that has been proposed by the Commonwealth for the impact alleged to have occurred at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'm going to ask for.
What's he missing?
I'm not giving the instruction now.
Dr. Welcher,
Are you gay?
in terms of
Are you clenching your asshole?
the
Right now?
analyses that you have reviewed in this case, is there one time that you understand there to be for a hypothesis for the time of the impact at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Objection.
I'm going to see you again, folks. I'm sorry about that.
All right. That's 4. God. How clinched up is Dr. Welch's sphincter right now, you think? Like it is like, right? Just clinched up. Did Tom mean to upload? Are we playing a video, guys? That's playing right now. I messaged him, not sure if he's still sleeping. Good Lord, I don't know. Hey, can a mod check on a video that might be playing? You sure it's just not me being an idiot? Tom's yeah, Tom roofied himself. Okay. Tom's resting. Okay. Sucks when you get older. Hey, Shelby. Now you can actually chat. Yeah, getting else sucks. Bill Reed looks exhausted. Yeah, I would be too, man. Man. Everybody's just ripping him apart, man. Oh, you're 34? You don't look 34. They're not even talking to one another. I mean, what can they put? Like, are they mentally telepathing each other what their thoughts are? No. So who's gonna play Peg O'Keefe in the Netflix movie? Who would you think? Trying to think. Shelby, what should we play during lunch? Morse code. Okay. Doesn't it look like she's going to the bathroom right now? Oh, Liza, I like the haircut. Look at that. The guy's got Yuri mouth going on next to a tiny table. I know, right? Robin Williams. I know. Who's going to play David Unetti? Let me think. I don't know. Angela Lansbury. Yes. Yes. Who's going to play Unetti? Kathy Bates. Yes. Netflix. Perfect. Robert De Niro. Yeah. Kevin Spacey. I like that. And Alan Jackson playing himself. Donnie Wahlberg, Al Pacino. You guys got some fucking nice. I think Auntie Deb can play Hank Brennan, Harvey Keitel, Al Pacino. Oh my God, Donnie Wahlberg. Christopher Maloney. Oh yeah. Yeah. Harvey Keitel, yeah. Joe Pesci should play. Oh, co-counsel. Who's going to play Meatball Morrissey? I would say John Candy, but he's dead. Judge Judy to play Auntie Bev. Is she rolling a booger in her fingers? What's going on? That's gross. Yeah. Oh, look at that. She's like, oh, I nail stuff. Oh, look at her. Oh, gross. I got hardwood railing on my fingernails. Hey, Chin Chin, you're gonna ruin it now. You can't do that. You know, oh, let me just stare her down. Hey, Dave. Look at her. Look at her. She's just staring. What's Karen? I want to be Karen so bad. I want to be her so bad. We used to be friends, but my husband's a cuck. Jack Black. Yes. I love it. Yeah. He was digging for earwax earlier. I know. I think he got some. Who plays Alessi? Stallone? Stallone. Maybe Tom Cruise. Who plays Liza? That's Powder right there on the right-hand side. That's Powder.
Yeah, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to move to, for the moment, we'll come back to the other topic a little bit later. As we discussed earlier, you've got on various documents, you're a biomechanical engineer, but I've also heard you make reference to biomedical. Can you just tell me what you consider yourself, sir? Is it a biomechanical engineer something you consider yourself to be?
Sure. My degrees are in biomedical engineering. The discipline within biomedical engineering that I practice is biomechanics.
Right. And so is it accurate to say that you are a biomechanical engineer?
In training.
Yes.
And you say that much in your report, correct?
And the CV and resume I gave you.
Right. Now,
Chris Watkins, here we go. I like that.
in your report, and Your Honor, I have no issue if he refers to the page of his report.
Do you have a paper copy or do you need your?
I do. If you, sir, could turn to page 9 of your report.
No, we get 4 sidebars.
And on page 9,
Woody Harrelson for Unity. Yes.
you state, as a biomechanical engineer, I have no opinion on any aspect of, and I think you're referring to Mr. O'Keefe's medical treatment or medical diagnoses. I have conducted an accident reconstruction and biomechanical engineering analysis of this matter. Did I read that correctly?
Did?
Jack Nicklaus
In that
was Meatball Morpheus.
statement,
Meatball
I assume,
Morpheus.
given you wrote it, is a fair representation of your professional role in this case?
Yes.
And you go on to add on page 9, my biomechanical engineering analysis is determining the effects of physical forces on the human anatomy. Did I read that correct?
You did.
And on your direct examination, is it correct that you stated as a civil engineer, you made an analogy, you assessed the cables and beams of a bridge as you would assess the cables and beams of a bridge, you assess the human anatomy. You made that analogy, correct?
The analogy that bones are my bridge elements, cables are muscles and ligaments.
Right. And you stated that it's the job of a biomechanical engineer to quantify the force acting upon a person to determine the cause of their injuries, correct?
That is part of what we do.
It's part of, but it is therefore something that a biomechanical engineer does, correct?
Given sufficient data, yes.
So you know do you know what a force calculation is, sir, when I refer to that term?
I believe so.
What do you believe it to be?
Well, force is usually a physical measurement, but you can also use Newton's second law, which is force equals mass times acceleration.
That's exactly what I wanted to get. Newton's second law is, and sometimes referred to as the second law of motion. And in the second law is force equals mass times acceleration, correct?
Correct.
And just sort of like simple algebra, sometimes you have one or more of those, but I'm focusing on when you're trying to determine, sir, you're pulling something out.
Calculator. I thought you were going to ask me numbers, do calculations.
All right, we're going to do that. We need to do it with the court's permission. So
Sorry.
if you feel you need to do that, just let me
You
know.
can just leave it right
All
there.
right.
So I just want to get the principles down first. So Newton's second law, force equals mass times acceleration, and force is oftentimes what you're trying to calculate in a force calculation, correct?
Calculate or measure, yes.
Yeah. And Newton's first law is the law of generally inertia. An object at rest tends to stay at rest. Object in motion tends to stay in motion. We're not talking about that in force. We're talking about Newton's just second law, correct?
You asked me two questions. Newton's first law is generally, as you said, it could be at rest or at constant velocity, but yes.
Okay. And that Newton's second law is generally just a mathematical calculation, correct?
Yes.
So what I'd like to do is to turn to page 11 of your report. And on page 11, you discuss the force calculation in conjunction with the part of your report where you discuss your experiment where you dropped a test dummy backwards, correct?
Correct.
You determined that a fall of 69 inches, at that fall, Mr. O'Keefe's head would have accelerated with 458 G's of force.
That's what we actually measured.
Right.
in the
And
test.
can you tell the jury what is meant by G's?
So G's is a measure of acceleration. If you take, usually acceleration is measured in feet per second squared. If you divide it by 1G, which is 32.174 feet per second squared, that gives it to you in G's. People often heard about fighter pilots losing consciousness at 6 or 7 G's, basically because your blood's getting sucked away from your head, not because you're being impacted. But G forces, or G's as they're more properly called, is a measure of the acceleration. It's just whatever the acceleration is divided by what we all feel when we're standing here, which is 1G of gravity.
And you estimated Mr. O'Keefe's head weight of approximately 15.7 pounds. You used a percentage. Is 15.7 about right for the mass of,
Yes.
of the head? So if we apply Newton's second law, we keep F force open as the unknown. We take and apply the mass, which is 15.7, multiply it by the acceleration. You end up with a force acting upon Mr. O'Keefe's head of 7,200 pounds. Do I have that right? That's right out of your report.
So that math is all correct. Falling backwards onto a hard surface from his standing height will give you approximately 7,200 pounds of force.
In that 7,200 pounds is the previous unknown F in the Newton's second law equation, correct?
Correct.
So now we have an answer for F, 7,200 pounds. Now you then go on to note that the applicable scientific literature states that a fracture to the occipital bone, and just to review, the occipital bone is the back of the head right here, right?
Correct.
So you then, as I understand, you go to scientific literature and you concluded that a fracture to the occipital bone can occur with an average force of 1,634 pounds from a fall distance of 40 inches, correct? I'm sorry.
How many inches?
40. That's in your report?
Well, you mixed two things together. There was stuff that reported force data. You had those numbers correct. A range of between 1,150 and 2,150, a mean of 1,000 634 pounds. And then it says, and a drop distance as low as 40 inches.
Right. And is the number 634 pounds a proper number for an average force?
Did you say 1,634 pounds?
1,634.
Yes.
Okay. So what I want to do is see if this is correct. So if you can get a fracture of the occipital bone in an average force of 634 pounds.
No. 1,634.
I thought that's what I said. If I did, I missed.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just heard 634.
No, 1,634.
My apologies.
And you compare that to the 7,200 pounds of force that you calculated, surely you're going to have a fracture of the occipital bones through that calculation in that comparison, correct?
Correct. Falling on a hard surface can definitely fracture your skull.
So I'm not getting at the manner. I'm just applying the Newton's second law. Newton's second law doesn't look at manner, does it? It just looks at force equals mass times acceleration. Newton's second law doesn't look at the surface, does it?
So it's a function of the surface. The A value is a function of the surface you hit.
So you're saying acceleration depends upon the surface?
Yes, of course.
Okay, all right.
For an impact, it does.
Now, let's go to the study you cited. Injuries to pedestrians in real accidents in their relation to collision and car characteristics. That's in your report, correct?
What reference number?
May I, Your Honor, grab the report?
Yes.
Thank you. If you can, it's in your report, sir. If you can find it, I'll do it in parallel with you.
Is it number 25?
That's the one I think it is. I just want to check your report.
Would you like me to actually pull up the paper?
No.
Okay.
Just want to get to the. That's it. Number 25. We're talking about the same one. Now, isn't it true that this study states that head injuries are the most common injury type for motor vehicle collisions, constituting more than 61% of all injuries sustained from motor vehicle collisions?
Or can the witness see the document being referred to?
Do you have your report in front of you?
I have my report, but reference 25 is not in the section he's referring to.
Why don't you show it to him, Mr. Leslie?
I do not have with me a copy of the report he cites in his reference. He did. Can I ask another question? Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, on your direct testimony, did you not discuss the percentage of pedestrian injuries and relate it to heads? Did you not, on your direct, talk about percentages of injuries that are head injuries in impacts of pedestrians with cars?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you came up with a number. What I'm trying to do is to compare that number to the number in the study that you cite. If you don't remember, that's okay. We'll just move to the next question.
Can I go to my slide?
Whatever you can use to determine what was the percentage that's in the study that you cite in footnote 25 of your report.
Sure. That was also from my presentation that I gave. It's 61.5 for all injuries, 12.7 for fatal injuries.
Thank you.
You're
So I'll
welcome.
repeat my question and then we'll get it in logic. So that study states that head injuries are the most common injury type from motor vehicle collisions, constituting slightly more than 61% of all injuries sustained from motor vehicle collisions, correct?
That number is correct. You're quoting a sentence. I would want to pull the paper up, but the number is correct.
Okay, so doesn't this article also state that of all head injuries sustained by motor vehicle collisions, only 12.7 of them are fatal.
That does, yes.
Did you mention that only 12.7 are fatal on your direct examination?
It's circled with a red box on my slide.
Did you mention that on your testimony on
I
direct?
thought I did.
This article was published back in 1979, correct?
I believe that's correct.
It's 46 years old. Therefore, if I did the math correct, right?
That sounds correct.
Are you aware that given advancements in science since 1979, advancements in medicine, advancements in technology, the currently understood most common injuries as a result of pedestrian motor vehicle collisions are injuries to the lower extremities?
I'd have to see the study. It wouldn't surprise me. Car technology, especially, for example, with pedestrian safety systems, has caused autonomous braking. So you're getting fewer higher severity crashes, which results in a higher propensity for lower extremity injuries. It's the higher extremity crash that causes the head to either slap into the hood or the window and or bounce off, to where if you get the lower severity crashes, you can still maintain a standing posture. So it wouldn't surprise me if that's accurate.
So you would agree that as of January 2022, the most
I know.
common injury
This guy's
as
a
a
fucking
result
ass
of a
clown.
pedestrian motor vehicle collision is one to lower extremities?
No, I wouldn't necessarily agree with that date. And again, you have to look at frontals versus rears.
Oh, frontals
So you
and rears.
contest that the most commonly understood injury as a result of a pedestrian motor vehicle collision is injuries to lower extremities.
Maybe that's a bonus loss.
No, I'll allow the question.
So
Yes.
I'd want to see the data. Again, most cars, for example, this Lexus has a pre-collision system in it that will start to apply the brakes if it senses a pedestrian at the front of the car. And so for frontal collisions, it's transitioning, taking what were head injuries, because they're more severe, higher speed crashes, making them lower speed crashes and shifting the injuries to the lower extremities. Just like airbags shifted the head injuries away from the severe ones, and we started getting more or higher ankle and lower leg injuries. So the change in the technology, but for backing, that may not be the case, because you have different geometry on the vehicles and you have different safety systems.
I'll try it a different way.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have knowledge, as you sit here today, whether the most common injury from a motor vehicle accident is to the lower extremities?
I'd have to look at the literature. I have the article I gave you.
So the answer is you don't know the answer to that question. Is that correct, sir?
I don't know it off the top of my head.
All right. Newton's second law analysis that we went through, force equals mass times acceleration, where we came up with the 7,200 number. You didn't discuss that calculation on your direct examination, did you?
I don't think so. We didn't discuss a whole bunch of those things that were that wasn't necessarily an opinion. That was a sub-opinion or basis for my opinion.
You didn't discuss that Newton law calculation on your direct examination, did you, sir?
So in a way I did, because I said my drop testing shows that you can do this. So I didn't quote that number, but we are going through the specific numbers now. But I absolutely did say, as a matter of fact, I showed a video of my drop testing and talked about how falling onto a rigid surface, a hard surface, can cause a skull fracture.
Did you discuss on your direct examination applying 15.7 of the head weight to 458 Gs and come up with a number of 7,200. Did you do that on your direct examination?
Those specific numbers, no.
Thank
The general
you.
concept of the drop testing and what it showed, yes.
So instead of that calculation, you referred to a flow chart comparing injury characteristics of flaws versus blows. Do you recall doing that on your direct?
So you asked me two questions. You said instead of, so that's no, it's not instead of. They're two completely different topics. So no, I didn't do that instead of.
Okay.
I looked at a force analysis, then I looked at 3 peer-reviewed publications that were attempting to differentiate whether an injury is associated with a fall or a blow, an assault, and they came up with a metric for doing that. Those things are completely separate.
Let's ask it this way. Did you, on your slide presentation that you presented to this jury, did you put the inputs into F equals M times A in your slide presentation with the numbers we talked about of 15.7 for the M and 458 for the G to come up with 7,200? Was that anywhere on your slide presentation?
So the slide presentation showed the 458 Gs. The rest of it was not on there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You also indicated that the laceration above Mr. O'Keefe's right eye is consistent with the shape and height of the fin on the top of the Lexus SUV. Do you recall that?
Correct. It's actually properly called a spoiler.
And so you would call it a spoiler instead of a fin?
Correct.
Fair enough. We'll call it a spoiler. You visited the scene at 34 Fairview, correct?
I did.
You stated that you like to visit the scene while you're working as an accident reconstructionist so you can get a better understanding of the data?
I'd use the word like, but we want to go to the scene to see the scene.
When you visited 34 Fairview, did you go into the garage at 34 Fairview?
No, I actually didn't set foot on the property.
You didn't set foot on the property?
No, I stayed in the street. It's my understanding there were new owners.
Did you consider the scene limited to the road?
So the access I had was to the road. The laser scanners and the photographs will extend further, but I didn't have access to the interior of the house.
Oh, so you didn't access the entire scene, correct?
In my opinion, I did access the entire scene. I didn't physically step 7 feet onto the grass to the point of rest, but I stood and photographed where that was. I didn't want to trespass.
Where did you understand the body of Mr. O'Keefe was located?
I know it was 7 feet in from the grass. I've seen cruiser cameras showing people around a body. It's slightly north and slightly south and a little bit west of the flagpole.
But you didn't access that part of the scene that you just described, correct?
I absolutely did. I took photographs of it. I didn't trespass and stand at that exact location, but I stood right there. We scanned the whole thing. The scanner uses a laser beam that goes out, 150, 200, 300 feet. So we scanned all that stuff.
Did your scan topography?
Yes.
Then you know that there is a berm raised above street level, correct? If you did the scan.
Correct.
Do you know the height of that berm?
I believe it's 4 inches.
Nowhere in your report, when you're comparing the height of Mr. O'Keefe to the spoiler, do you account for that 4 inches of the berm, do you?
Boom!
So yes and no. As I indicated, we don't know exactly where the point of impact is, whether he was completely in the road or up on the berm. But for example, where the tire spins on the Lexus, that could be where she's driving up on the curb. And so then that tire will be at the height of the curb So if he's standing on the higher part and the right rear tire of the Lexus goes up there and spins, then that would be at the same height. We don't know the exact point of impact.
You're 3
So
feet
I
from
don't
the
know
tire
whether he
to
was
the back
on
of
the
the car.
road or in the street. Excuse me, on the street or on the side of the road.
Exactly, but when you did your depiction on your slide, and you remember you had the ruler and you measured the height? Did you do
Absolutely.
that?
Yep,
Where was it? It was it you in that slide?
it was
Where were your feet?
on the ground.
Not on the berm, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you chose a measurement, which was the ground to the top toward the spoiler, and you took a measurement. And you said that approximates the height of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Of the laceration of Mr. O'Keefe.
Exactly, because what you were doing was you were trying to determine and present testimony on whether or not that laceration could be caused by the spoiler, and to do so, you had to take measurements, correct?
Correct.
So, you chose to place Mr. O'Keefe in your simulation on the ground. You didn't choose to put him on a berm that would be 4 inches higher, did you?
Nor did I put the Lexus 4 inches higher. I didn't do
Correct.
either one of those.
So the point is, it's certainly possible that if there's 4 to 5 more inches, that would take that eye out of the ability to be hit by the spoiler. Isn't that correct?
No, because if it's 4 to 5 inches higher and he leans his head down or reacts to it, again, we don't know the exact position of his head.
Did you, in your slide yesterday, describe the possibility that his head could be down? As I understand it, you're positioned in that photo just like this. You're not positioned like that in any photo you presented to the jury, were you?
I'm trying to make it clear. We don't know his exact body position at the point of impact, nor do we know the exact position on the ground. So, which is part of the reason why I haven't tried to exactly simulate this, because we don't have enough parameters to do that. So I don't have that information. I'm showing the geometry relative to someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height.
So you don't have the information to do that properly, so therefore you can't conclude that he had a laceration to the eye from the spoiler by your own answer that you just gave, correct?
So it was done properly. We don't have absolute information to say where exactly he was. I'm pointing out that the physical evidence, the height, matches the height of the laceration. That is one data point of many data points.
So you would have to at least concede that the level of his eye could be non-contact in that fin spoiler, because you don't have information as you just described.
Sure, it could be from contacting the ground.
Pardon me?
It could be from contacting the ground. It could be from other things.
But you don't have the information necessary to conclude with any certainty that Mr. O'Keefe at the time of impact had a level of his head in an upright such that it hit that spoiler. You don't have that information, correct?
We don't have that level of certainty. We have that the height and geometry matches.
And you didn't take into consideration the berm, and you didn't mention the berm at all when you were discussing this measurement with a jury yesterday, correct?
That is not correct. You asked me two questions. I absolutely considered the berm. And the second question, when I presented it to the jury, I mentioned the berm when we showed the picture of the shoe in the snow, but that was it.
That's my question. I'll ask it a different way. When we were talking not about finding a shoe in the snow, and you mentioned a berm, I'm talking about when you did the measurement of whether or not the laceration could be caused by the spoiler. You didn't mention accounting for berm height when you discussed that measurement with the jury, did you?
That is correct.
Jesus Christ, all that for that. Thank you, fucking ass hat. Jesus Christ.
Likewise, you didn't present any Newton's second law analysis regarding the front of Mr. O'Keefe's head with respect to whether his head was contacted by that spoiler, did you?
Correct. Again, it was a glancing hit. We wouldn't be able to do that.
Oh, so it's a glancing hit to the front of the head is your hypothesis?
This whole pedestrian impact is a glancing hit.
So you can have your arm to the side like this, with the back of the vehicle coming like this, and you could glance the right eye with the arm out. Is that what you're saying?
That's what my picture shows when I'm standing next to the car. I could probably find the slide for you.
So
No.
you didn't do a force analysis to determine how much force would be applying, assuming a contact with the right eye, did you?
That's correct.
And force analysis is what biomechanists do, correct? That's what a biomechanist does?
That is part of what
they do.
So I lined up his anthropometry relative to the known height of the vehicle.
You attempted to line it up. That's one method, but another method is to apply Newton's second law like you did to the back of the head when he fell, correct?
Correct. If we had more information.
Mr. Alessi, why don't we break here?
Thank you, Your Honor.
So jurors, your lunch is here. We'll see you.
Who's right for the jury?
Goodbye.
Oh man. I'm at a loss for words. I'm at a loss for words. I think Bob is slowly beating him down. The shoulders are starting to kind of, all right, dude, it's enough. I've answered your question 4 different ways. And the more upset he gets on the stand, the more the jury picks up on it. Right? He just kind of says the wrong things at the wrong time. He's being combative. I think Bob is doing something pretty cool here. He's hopefully standing by the O'Keefes during some of his oh, cool. Look at this. What's going on? Is that another sidebar? He's over by the O'Keefe's explaining, like, talking about his argument. Oh, there's Louis. Oh, damn. He's over there talking, like he's almost in front of the O'Keefe's talking. And like, do you guys understand what I'm doing for you right now? And who has a bigger checkbook? The state of Massachusetts or the Reeds? Do you understand what's happening here? Fuck me, man. Do I have to spell this out for you? Okay, this guy's big enough. Oh, this is Auntie Deb's new doll. It just came out. I love it. Bella's mom. I love it. I love it. Oh, God. He is a fucking riot. Tommy, I don't think he'll be joining us for lunch. Yeah. He thinks he's definitely smarter than Alessi, which first of all, you started off with, I don't think we've ever been introduced. Yeah, you damn right doesn't want to meet you. He's about to fucking tear you an asshole open and eat you from the inside out. That's what he's going to do. He's going to have your asshole for lunch. You know why? He's not a fucking vegan. Yeah, good point, Dean. He's like, it's almost like Welcher is anticipating unless he starts asking him the question, he thinks he knows where it's going to go. And he's always looking through his paperwork to look for the answer before it's even asked. Or he's trying to answer before it's done. He's done finishing. He's finishing asking the question. I agree with that. Yes. So what's Jim Ice Cube McDermott serving for drinks today? Twisted teas? Kind of nice out today. So basically, we get a full day of court this week. Well, except for yesterday. I mean, Monday, right? We get 4 days of court. Is this the prosecution's last witness after the redirect? Is it over? The Commonwealth rests the case. Do we have this could be the last one today. We might get defense tomorrow. Defense wins championships. That's what I've been told. Do we have anything we want to play at lunch? Yeah, what can we play? I don't know, Shelby. You want to play anything you want? I gotta take the dogs out, so I'll wait for you to find something. Any suggestions, guys? You guys want to put a movie on while I go talk to the teacher next door? My co-couch was barking down there. All right, I'll be back. Shelby, see if we can find something.